Hello?
No, I think that might have gone through. I don't know if that went through, but it might have gone through. I'm not sure. We'll see what chat says. But hello, chat. Why can I hear myself twice? What's happening?
Is it the Google Meet?
No, it's the Pally.
Let's focus on that.
Hello! Hello! Welcome back to Death2Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer D&D 5e actual play show and podcast that goes live every Friday here at 8:30 p.m. EST. Chat, I have a few bones to pick with you. Number one, what the fuck is this chaos bar? We have 2 rounds of chaos already on the way, because y'all are
that's
absolutely wild.
The intro, so I can be over here working on some chaos.
So
it just jumped again.
It jumped again. I don't want the
What? 590.
Okay. Anyway, moving on from that. So the thing about the chaos bar, we are doing buy 3 get 1 today because it was a joke and now it's no longer a joke. We wanted to help Kita get a new chair, which actually with everyone's like generous donations to the chaos bar, but also everyone's generous donations to Kita's Ko-fi, Kita got to order a new chair. So that's exciting.
We already did it.
We already did it. So you know that's great. But if you want if you want chaos every hour on the hour this evening, you know what to do. But welcome on in, y'all. We love you so much. We are very fortunate to have you as our community. So thank you for being here. We are going to go around the horn and introduce everyone. But before we do so, really quickly, just want to give a shout out to Die Hard Dice, who is one of our sponsors for season 1. They are incredible and we love them very much, and we love you all very much. So if you want to buy dice, you can go get dice at Die Hard Dice and use the code Death2Divinity to get 10% off. Also at Break, if you want to win a $50 gift card from Die Hard Dice because they supplied us with so many, we do giveaways at Break. If you want an extra giveaway, you can get us to 100 patrons on the Patreon. $3 a month gets you a bunch of extra bonus content. If we hit 100 patrons during this episode, we will do a second dice giveaway. You will also get a fic that Molly and I wrote together from Gideon and Adriel's perspective after their kiss last week. And
Not me thinking you said thick.
I did say fic. I said...
I thought you said thick.
Oh. I mean, the fic is thick. The fic is 1,700 words, so, you know, it is what it is. So if you want that, that's also a thing that you can get. What else? There was something else at 100. Also, y'all are very close to $500 on the Patreon, which means Oops All Shades. If you don't know what Oops All Shades is, it is a joke that we started here about doing a one-shot where we all play an aspect of Shade, who is an NPC that we all love to hate. So, y'all are very close to that.
We have to stop telling jokes.
We have to stop telling jokes. We have to stop
jokes
pooping,
anymore.
Apparently. Like,
no more pooping.
No more pooping, no more jokes.
What?
You know.
I'll fill you in later, Molly.
We'll fill you in later. It's fine.
Yeah, every time someone was pooping today, a dramatic event happened to us.
It's true.
So we will unpack that later. Also, Sam, I've DM'd you with help for sauce. Thank you. We continue.
Okay. All right. 690. Chat?
Six?
I'm
sorry, is that a 690?
690.
Y'all?
We have not introduced ourselves.
Okay.
I'm trying to catch up after the poop
Make that
comment.
700. Make that 700.
Oh my God.
How am I gonna give you 4K? Okay. All right.
I'm stressed. All right. Well, I deal with the stress that I feel in my body at the moment. We're gonna go around and introduce ourselves. I will start because it is my channel. So hello, hi, my name's Jude. My pronouns are they, them. I am your local chaotic bisexual, but even this is too much chaos for me. I am a variety broadcaster here on Twitch. I am also a D2D RPG performer and producer. I am playing Adriel Holotide this evening, who is a Protector Aasimar Twilight Cleric. She is baby and I love her very much. that's it. That's all I have to say. I'm gonna pass it to Lyrica.
Hi, I'm Lyrica. My pronouns are she, they, and I play Current, who is a Hurricane Genasi druid, and the pronouns are also she, they. And I will pass it to Molly.
Hello, I'm Molly, playing Gideon. Both of our pronouns are she, they. And I guess I'm playing Gideon for as long as they're alive for now, which I suspect may not be much longer based off of some information I just received.
Yeah.
So.
Was it the pooping thing or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Kita?
Hi. My name is Kita. My pronouns are she, her. I play my Nona, who is a half elf barbarian whose pronouns are also she, her. And I love all of you. And that leaves Katie May.
Nope, Sam has to go. Sam has to go.
Sam. Jesus.
Excuse me,
Sam.
chat. Excuse me, chat.
We just. Oh my god!
Fuck! I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh. I'm not gonna survive tonight, am I?
I'm gonna we're gonna lose our ship. We're losing our ship. We're losing our ship.
Cool.
I'm calling it now. We're losing our fucking ship.
Oh.
It's not chaos if you can predict it, Jude. Hi. Also, thank you for the 750.
Wait.
I want you to know that we're gonna.
Sam's turn.
I know. Thank you for the 750. I just want to say, since we've already gotten the key to the chair, we'll be using it to get Sam and Molly new microphones and maybe me some equipment. So thank you for helping us elevate without having top-down funding. That's incredible and super hard to do for indie creators. So thank you so much. I am, I think, the only person who is capable of speaking right now. But Sam, when you feel ready, go ahead.
I'm ready.
Okay, Angel.
Hi. I'm Sam. Y'all, thank you. What? I'm Sam. My pronouns are she, they. I play Brine, and her pronouns are she, her. I have nothing else. My brain is empty. It's done. It's over. I love y'all. Thank you so much.
All right, Daddy.
Let's go to Katie May. Yep.
Hi, I'm Katie May, otherwise known as KM the DM. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm going to be your dungeon master for this evening. Death2Divinity is a 5e homebrew podcast featuring all fat, all queer players, and just a little bit of sauce if you do know me. I'm very excited to get into this trouble tonight. I can only describe it as trouble. And now that we've hit 750, I'm going to let Jude handle seeing who earns inspiration.
Yep.
Well, I quietly whip up some much deserved sauce for you, chat. So thank you.
Oh God, chat,
I've
y'all
got
are
you.
wild. Chat,
And I cannot wait for this evening.
chat, really quickly. I talked about this a little bit on Twitter today, but I want to just mention it here. We have the community that most TTRPG actual play shows dream of and would kill people for. And we are 6 episodes into season 1. So thank you for all of your love and support and kindness to us as a all fat, all queer podcast who just kind of wanted to get together and tell stories and make a space for other people in TTRPGs and D&D, I get to live the dream, and everyone else gets to really live the dream, where every Friday night I get to tell stories with my best friends and for 4 hours, and then for the rest of the week talk about the stories that we told until we get to do it again. And it's just such a it's such a blessing and such a fucking wondrous gift. So thank you for that. But now it is cutthroat hour, so we're gonna go through and do our little game here that we like to do over here on D2D, which is fighting for your right for inspiration. So the way that this works is we all have 15 seconds to describe the events of last week, and the winner is voted by you, chat. The mods will create a poll with all of our PC's names on them, and you will decide who was the best at describing the events last week. If I remember correctly, the winner of inspiration last week was Lyrica, right? No, who won last week?
I don't think so.
Was me.
it?
It was Molly.
Yeah,
It was me.
Molly won last week.
Mine yet.
Okay, so Molly, my sweet angel, you get to decide who goes first this week.
Okay. I choose Sam.
All right. Are you going to be Time Daddy, Molly, or would you like me to be Time Daddy this week?
So soft. I don't know what happened.
I can be
Anytime, Daddy.
Okay.
Ready?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Misha and Adriel kissed and everybody cried. We found out that Current's dad is a mole. Nope, not Misha and Adriel. That's not who kissed. It was Gideon and Adriel. Why do I keep doing that? Brian woke up and there was a lot of nonsense. We landed on Terrapine and there was secret sauce. I tried. I choose you, Adriel.
All right, lit. I'll go. I'm ready.
One's knocking on our door, so 1 second.
Yeah,
Will
yeah,
you
yeah.
time Daddy for yourself?
I mean, I can time Daddy for myself.
Can you
Okay.
daddy yourself, please?
I mean, you know,
Can you papa yourself, please?
that's a lot to ask.
Papa. Papa,
Hey,
please.
resident bottom, can you daddy yourself?
What do you think I'm trying to do? It's a pandemic. Anyway.
Daddy yourself for a minute.
Okay, so the events of last week, Adriel and Gideon kissed. Gideon broke the telescope that Misha got for them. Brian is recovering. Gemma and Brian have something, and also Current's dad is the mole. That's it. I pick Lyrica.
Let me know when you're ready. Or no,
Yeah,
this
I
is-
can time Daddy. Hold on.
Ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I can time myself too.
No, I got you. All right.
Okay.
Hold on.
Me?
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
So, Brian, hurt but conscious again. Gemma helping her out. Gideon and my sprain is soup. Gideon and Adriel kiss. Current's dad is a mole, and
Time's up.
yeah.
Who would you like to go, Sweet Bean?
I'm ready to go after.
Oh.
So I'm back now, just so
Oh,
you know, so I can
okay.
be Daddy again.
Okay.
All right.
The return to daddy. I love that
Lyrica,
for
who's
you,
going,
Bitsy.
baby?
Kita.
All right.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Giddy finds note. They kiss about it with Adriel and Brian. Holy back stuff. I get mad at Gemma. There's a standoff. And then Current's dad. What? Oh. My brain's fried.
Incredible.
Who's left?
Sam and Molly.
Me.
Did Sam go?
No, Sam went first.
Why'd y'all leave Molly for last? All right, Molly, I'll
went
be
first,
time
and
Daddy
I
for
could
you.
reach Gideon and Misha, and you yelled at me with
I
your mic
didn't yell at
muted.
you. I shook my head. I shook my. It's not my fault that you're a baby about it. It's all right. Anyway,
Oh my God.
Molly, I'll be
Oh my
Daddy for
God.
you.
Thank you.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Winona and Current scream in the bathroom. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Gideon finds a letter from the Queen, and they and Adriel make out about it. They fight with Misha. Brian wakes up. It's super painful. Are you threatening me, Brian? Current finds out about their dad.
Time up.
Bam.
Yeah. All right, mods, can I have a poll, please, to see who wins inspiration this week? For those of you who were not here last week, our heroes are finally descending into the wilds, or Terrapine, which is Brian's hometown. This is the first time that we're going to be touching down on land, which is very exciting. Is there anything that anyone would like to say to Daddy May before I hand the reins over?
Papa, please be gentle.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I would like to still be current at the end of this.
Yeah, I would like to still.
Okay. Okay. Headphones off.
Oh
Right
my
now?
God! Already? Fuck! All right.
Hello, chat. Thank you for the 4 chaos. I promise to give you an evening you won't forget. And let us start it right this instant as I bring you to a ship that not long ago was in front of a colossal, just as our heroes once were. In fact, I'd like us to bring us, just for a moment, to the very ship that saved Brian's life.
Katie May,
Now,
you're not on Google Meets, my love.
I did enter the meet. I am the meat. I am meat. I am made of meat. No one responded to my request to join the call. You locked
I can't hear
me
anything
out,
you're telling me.
Bestie.
I'm just telling you that you're not in the
You're
Google
cute.
Meet.
That's what I have to say. You're not
All right,
hearing
you're
it.
also
It looks
muted
like
in
I'm
there.
mad.
That's all.
Yeah. Guess
Have fun.
what? So, hey everyone. So,
You're still muted in the Google Meet. There we go.
now we find ourselves in this ship, and I mean that, in this ship. We are in the ship of the headphones. LOL. We are in the ship of the people who saved Brine, who let this runic cannon loose in this moment of mystery for our players. But mystery for us no longer, my friends of chaos.
Katie May, you're still muted in the Google Meet.
I don't know what you want from me.
I
Okay,
want
think
chat
it's
to be able to
fixed now.
read your text. You're good now.
I think it's fixed. Now, this ship came with a cell of iron bars, specifically iron bars. Because anyone who's been from the wilds for 5 minutes knows that's the only real way to contain a fae. Flux, you know. But a fae's not in it right now. A father is. Current's father, actually. The very man that Brine had been asked to assassinate not too long ago. But cellbound. We see his face, tattered and broken. And we see someone with wings that are nothing like Adriel's, pacing in front of the cell, a snarl on their face. And this creature, this Flux, looks at Current's dad, who we remember, Articus Whitmore, with nothing but pure disdain. Says, Do you know what that might have done? To my body, to my soul. You take it over for mere moments, but you do not know the consequence. And spits at the edge of the cell. He pulls it out, and we see, for the first time, an arcanic card out of its casing. He holds it up to Articus like it's evidence and says, "This isn't a joke. These things aren't jokes." Puts it right in his pocket and says, "You know what I think? You know what I think, Articus? I think you know where the missing card is. You told everyone else that it went missing. I think you're a dirty liar." Spits again. And you know what? I think I know exactly where you put it. And I'll bring Annie Genasi back to the crust if that's what it takes to get the job done. We hear Articus in this moment, previously slumped up against the cell, unable to harness the energy to animate himself, stir at this mention. And he says, No, she's just a girl. You don't need, just take the card. And the person in front of him smiles a bit and says, "Oh, it's a little late for that now, Artie, don't you think? I think you're growing a little soft on me, Art. You know what? A few days in here, I think that'll bring you right back to your feet. And then you'll remember what really matters. And that's getting the last one of these in my fucking hands." And this ship changes direction and begins to follow our heroes. And they know not a thing. Bring them back on, headphones back on, sweet babes. Welcome back. Come on back. Come back to me. Hello. Welcome back, sweet angels. Oh boy.
I don't like this.
Hi, hello.
No.
You've
No.
returned.
No.
That was a really
Hi.
long poem about how much you like me.
It
I can't believe it
was.
lasted that long.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I like so many things about you, Molly. Like, there's so much to love.
I am.
Oh no, I don't know if there's that much. That was wild.
I'm afeared. I just gotta be honest.
Look,
All I
Cam's
saw was
face
Cam's
journey.
faces. Yeah.
We have 30 minutes, our dear heroes, before this airship, the Copper Veil, touches down in Terrapine for the first time. Have any of you been on land before?
Besides Brian?
Besides Brine.
No.
I didn't think so. None of you have even left Kurthus before, maybe let alone even seen blades of grass sprung from the earth with your own eyes. 30 minutes away, though. And I think where we start is right on the outside of the war room. Now, everyone else, apart for Brine and Adrielle and Gemma, are already in the war room, right? They've been told to suit up, get their shit on, get ready to go outside. And you've all done that. And as we introduce each person, you can tell me sort of what their, like, I'm ready to go outside into the wilds for the first time setup looks like. But before we do that, Adrielle.
Yes.
You are standing outside the war room with Gemma Vario.
Okay.
She's called you out here to speak with her before you go sort of give instructions to the rest of your team. And she says, all right, so being on the ground requires really strong leadership skills. You make calls when people are too afraid to. You make sure your team's all together. I'd suggest some sort of buddy system. Are you feeling equipped and ready to handle this?
Do you want me to lie to you, Gemma?
No, I want you to be equipped to handle this.
I'm going to attempt to be equipped to handle this.
All right, there's no, oof, I hate to get a little bit mentory on you right now. There is like a do or do not. There is no try. There's not like a middle ground here. You either are going to keep your people alive in the wilds or you're going to watch them die one by one or die unable to protect them. So, where are you sort of landing here?
She like takes a second and then looks at Gemma and goes, no one's ever died on my watch.
Right, then let's not start. Strong leadership, strong instructions, stronger follow-up. Right?
Right.
All right. You need to go in there and teach them the following things.
Oh, okay.
Never say thank you in the wilds.
Wait, why aren't we allowed to say thank you in the wild?
Oh, honey, oh dear, oh god. Darling. If you say thank you to a flux folk,
Okay.
it implies debt.
Cool, great, awesome. And she like puts her hands in her pockets, immediately just panicking.
You don't accept food from flux folk. That's also a really basic one. Have you heard that one?
I've heard that one, yes.
All right. Never make promises in threes. Think we touched base on that?
We did talk about that.
Because that makes it magically binding. The only thing, I mean, this is why Terrapine is so safe. The only thing that can really stave off colossals and less magical fae is iron. And that's what Terrapine is completely made of. So.
Okay.
But remember, don't say thank you. Don't accept food from people you don't know. Basically, all of the regulars of talking to any sort of man at a bar also apply it to Flux.
See, that's easier for me to tell them than...
I figured.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Okay, but you're going to go in there, strong leadership, strong instructions, and expectations. You need to let them know that you have expectations of them that they need to live up to, right? Right. All right. You're going to go in there now, darling. She kind of pushes you in. And I want to go around and sort of hear from each person what Adriel sees as they walk in for the first time and sees sort of everyone like equipped for this adventure. And let's go ahead and start with the person I know who's done this portion before, Molly. You want to tell us what Gideon's looking like?
Yes, Gideon is wearing all black. I imagine it's like a high, like turtleneck black top with like a diamond cut out in the chest. And then their arms are open and they have on these black sleeveless gloves because I'm emo, and some black jeans as well. I was going to say battle pants, but I don't know what that looks like. And they're also wearing, obviously, their parents' cloak, which is, again, this like bright red that I think looks different when it's in direct sunlight. It almost looks like a sunset shimmering or like fire. Lots of like oranges and yellows. And then I think also around their neck, they're wearing a locket with their parents' faces. And I would imagine, I don't know if they would know to wear iron jewelry, but they're wearing a lot of jewelry on their horns and fingers because that's just how they like to roll.
That locket is also iron, so.
Of course it is. Beautiful. Yeah. Stuff hanging from the horns, rings, all that stuff.
Delicious. What about Winona?
I feel like Winona probably packed like didn't know exactly what she was getting into, but she knew she had to be prepared. So she's wearing like her typical like black pants. She's got her jacket on. She's got her hair up, and she's also got like roller skating knee pads on and like elbow pads.
Of course. That makes complete sense to me.
Because you know, like you might hurt yourself.
You'll have an advantage on all dexterity-based saving throws when it comes to falling downstairs.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because that's what panic packing Winona does, so.
She's like, I don't have armor, but I do have 6 pairs of knee pads.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I love that, bestie. Current, please, give me the sauce.
So I think Current's going to have on that same sort of wide-brimmed black hat that they had on when they went to House of Huntress, and they're also going to have, it's kind of a dress, kind of a shirt. It goes down long. It's like a mixture of black and mesh. It goes down long sleeves on the side, and it's got cuffs that kind of come to a point. The shirt dress kind of like flails outwards at the bottom, and it's got sharpish points on it too. Buttons up the top. It's got kind of a mesh chest area, and then is going to also have on ripped fishnets because they have no idea what they were getting into, and long kind of like again, very like witchy, crafty kind of black zip up boots on.
I love that for us gamers. And then I ask Adrielle, what does everyone see as Adrielle walks inside with Gemma right behind her?
I think Adrielle is wearing like these this like A-line skirt, as she always does, this like little white A-line dress with like kind of like flowy sleeves, and then she has like a breastplate on top of it, but it looks like it was meant to be with the dress, but she didn't know how to put it on herself, so she went to Gemma and asked Gemma to help her, because she's never worn a breastplate before. So she's wearing the breastplate on top of her dress, and then she has her necklace around her neck, and just has like a little like satchel / pouch like on her hip, that's like holding like her daggers. And yeah, and like knee-high boots. That's what she's wearing.
Okay, cool. And Gemma's in her regular garb. I think there's the only marked difference is, yes, she her hat is on now, right? So that quintessential pirate hat moment is happening for her. And she's still got the duster on, but you notice that she's almost strapped this like halter piece onto it. And the marked difference that it creates is at the elbows, there are these spikes, these iron spikes that are about this long at the end of them. And there's these three little prongs on each elbow. She's probably handled a few bar fights with those before, but Gemma is trying to fade into the background as much as a Gemma Vario can, right? She is trying to boost Adrielle into this authority moment. So how does this authority moment happen?
Okay, so Adri walks in the room, tries very hard not to trip over the like, you know, doors have like a little like lifted lip. Adrielle's was watching where she was going so that she wouldn't trip over the lift and embarrass herself, and kind of like goes into the war room and like leans on the table and just goes, okay everyone, so we and she like takes a second because she could already feel that Gemma is not pleased with how this is going. She can like feel the energy, and she just goes, okay, so a few things before we get down to the wilds. Number one, don't say thank you to anyone. Number two, don't accept food from Flux Folk. And she like thinks for a second because she already forgot the third one because she's having an anxiety attack. And she looks at Gemma.
Gemma's doing the equivalent of like a grimace and a snarl at the same time. She's like, iron.
Right. Iron is
it's good. Iron good. Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, iron is good. It keeps Flux Folk away, Fae away. Is it both? Is it one? Is it just Flux Folk?
It is one of the few things that can actually deal killing blows, darling. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Also, if you don't remember that, just treat them like you would treat a man at a bar who's annoying. Great. A good talk. She's slightly shaking. She's not like, she's having a very hard time.
You hear Gemma quietly behind you go, expectations.
So my expectations are that we all come back alive. Buddy system, don't go anywhere alone. And we get in and get out, and then we can go to the Sacred Grove. And there's like this silence, and Adriel looks at Gideon. My wish is for us to go to Terrapine, do all the things that we have to do in Terrapine, get Brian healed, and then go to the Grove.
I like that plan. Yeah, that's a good plan.
And speaking of brine, it is at this moment that I know. So sorry, Gideon. I'll let you finish your sentence right before brine enters. But I think it is at this point that Mara finally, because I think Mara this morning, Brian, kind of helped you get dressed and get ready, and you are like a gust of wind from being toppled over. You're still on the mend, but you are mobile and active by this point. Gemma did a very good job of healing you, and you're doing much better today.
And current closed my scar.
And current closed your scar. Also that, very important. That's the only reason that I think you are out without help. So, you sort of approach, you're right outside the worm door, and Mara says, well, Brian, is there anything else I can help you with? I've tucked some extra healing potions in your bag just in case, but anything beyond that?
No, thank you. You've been good, Mara. I appreciate it.
Of course. Anytime, Brian. You just let me know if you need anything else, okay?
All right.
And you didn't want any more breakfast?
No.
And you drank those fluids I gave you?
Yeah.
And the herbal poultice?
Yeah.
And you're going to reapply it every 2 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mara.
She just kind of...
Brian thinks Mara's very sweet and is also like, get me off this fucking ship because I'm going to fucking lose my mind.
Everyone's being too nice here. I fucking hate it.
I hate it.
Yeah. And so then, Gideon, will you say the sentence that Brian hears as she walks in?
Yeah, you listed 3 things about going into the wild, and I promise I remember there's more. Is there more stuff? There was the 3.
There's don't say
Gideon's
thank you.
Trying to give Agile a hint.
There's don't say thank you. Don't eat food, and iron is good because it keeps them away and can deal a killing blow. She looks at Gideon.
Never make a promise 3 times.
Never make a promise.
Makes it magically binding.
Adriel's head perks up at the sound of Brian's voice.
Yes, you all see Brian walk in.
Very slowly.
And will you tell everyone what Brian looks like equipped to head into the wilds?
Yeah, so Brian is wearing a black turtleneck that's long sleeved, and then she's got it's a little bit loose right now because her back is still in the condition that it's in, but she has a brown leather strap that goes across her chest, and she's got several knives strapped into that, and then over that she has a black jacket that mostly hides that from view. If you were just looking at her, you probably wouldn't notice it. And then she's wearing tight black pants, and then she has these black magic slippers that are designed so that she doesn't leave behind footprints, and she also doesn't make very much noise. They make her super light on her feet. And then she also has attached to her hip a small brown leather bag, and when she walks into the room, you can see Kat poke their head out from the bag.
Brian.
Hi.
Look at you.
I'm here.
And only looking slightly dead.
Thanks, Gemma. It's nice.
You're welcome.
Anyway, don't make promises 3 times. It's a bad idea. Did you tell them about the iron, Adriel?
Yeah, I told them about the iron, Brian.
All right. And don't say thank you. You probably already said that, but just reiterating, please don't say thank you. None of you. And she looks directly at Winona.
Not my fault that I like to be polite. Okay?
Don't do it. I keep telling you.
I'm not gonna do it.
Azrael looks at Winona and just kind of goes, you and I are kind of in the same boat, so both
of you be mean today.
I'll teach you how to be rude. I'll teach you how to be rude.
Mean.
I don't like to be mean.
Also, okay, fine.
I'm sorry, are we talking about being nice versus being mean when my life as well as your life is on the line?
Well, we know you exist, so.
What?
Pardon? What was that, Winona? I'm just sorry. I thought we got confused about who the fucking captain of this ship was.
Settle down, Gemma. Everybody's on edge.
Could settle, but oh my god, so far the plan, Brian, is don't die, and I prefer my plans to be a bit more intricate than that.
I'm sorry. Look at me. I'm practicing how to be rude. I apologized. I don't like to do it often. But sometimes it's just a little bit more natural than others. Right. Sometimes it's just naturally a little bit easier.
Well, Winona, I tell you this much. Those people in the wilds, I can kill you fast. They can kill you faster.
I'm sure of that. Don't worry about that. It's fine.
All right.
Adri will break this and go and turn to Brian and go, Brian, what do we need to know about getting into Terrapine?
Well, we're going to have to get sponsorship from one of the guilds and then hope that the rest of them will follow suit. It's going to be annoying, but if you let me take point, I can talk to the one that my parents belong to, and it should be fine.
Adri will take out the drawings that Luso gave her and put them on the war table in front of Brian and just kind of go, which guild is your family's guild? And which guild in what order should we approach these guilds?
I don't remember. KM, do you?
Sorry. No, you're totally fine. I'm dropping it down here now that we're discussing it. So Adrielle unfolds these pieces of paper from her pockets and sort of lays them out. There's a piece of paper for each guild. So let's go over them just here at the top. So the first guild is Homebrewed. This is the Adventurers Guild that deals specifically in going out into the wilds in small, highly planned excursions and coming back with whatever sort of loot they need. This is a highly competitive guild full of really young adventurers who are incredibly cutthroat. Hyper competitive, the lovely spirit of Terrapine sort of does the thing where it's like, yes, the hero saved our town, knocked over 3 houses, that kind of energy. The second one is the Cadavers, which are close to the Homebrewed, but not quite. These are its more rigid counterpart, mercenaries for hire, and those who are pledged to protect Terrapine. They're going to tend to look down on Homebrewed as sort of the people who could have done our job but chose money and adventure instead. The third is Isis Fidelity, which is named after the first Aasimar. Isis Fidelity is full of the socialites and the politicians of Terrapine. They are the honor amongst thieves. So they're going to be the people who solve your arguments when they get a little too out of hand and impose order when things have gone too far. They are also conveniently the ones who decide when things have gone too far. The fourth, which is the guild where Brian's family is from, is Zubafax, which is the brilliance amongst the dark, because Terrapine is a sunless city because it's inside the statue. So these are the scientists and rune keepers and sort of the knowledge preservationists. They do a lot of bargaining with Homebrewed to get essential artifacts from the old world here and into Terrapine, but to be preserved instead of sold. So that's a really common contention point among them. And then the final one is the Ursimo Union, which also has quite a few members. Never mind, we'll talk about that later. That's actually for me right now. So this is the guild who, Brian, when you left, had undergone a very recent leadership change. But these people are Terrapinian nationalists who would seek to declare Terrapine a country and look about reclaiming the old world. So anything they do, they're going to do in that effort. That's your guild recap from me, Papa.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Papa. Okay. So we're gonna want to ask for sponsorship from Exubifax, most likely, assuming that things haven't changed, which I'm hoping they haven't. And then, well, you're with us, so probably Isis Fidelity is the next best option.
Because
and
of
then
the
cadavers. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
And then the cadavers are probably good third. I'd say Hawkmongress probably fourth. And I don't want to talk to Ursamar Union at all, but if we got to, then they're gonna go last.
Okay. Okay, Brian. And Adra will just make take a pen that she had like in one of her pockets and just put numbers by each of the factions, fold the paper back up and put it in her little satchel thing. All right. Well, we have less than 30 minutes until we touch down. Does anyone have any questions?
17.
Brian looks a little uncomfortable.
Adra will sit next to Gideon or stand next to Gideon now that she's not like talking to the group anymore, as the only person talking to the group.
Brian's gonna go sit next to Unknown.
And I'll go sit. I'll sit next to Gideon and Andrew.
What if we huddled up? Gideon says this out loud. Should we huddle up?
I mean, we can huddle up. Isn't huddling only for like sports, Gideon?
I don't know what that is. I don't know that.
I
just want to be in a circle.
Corvin made me watch football once. It was very boring. And she'll like go to move.
God, I miss Corvin.
And she'll go to like stand in a circle with them. Brian, how are you feeling?
Not good, but not terrible. Hopefully we can find an old friend when we get there who can actually heal this. Not that Mara and Current didn't do good work, because you did, but Fey wounds are a different beast.
An old friend. Are they cool?
It's complicated.
Oh, wow. That silence was so loud. Woof. Oh, I can't wait to meet him.
Shut up. We're not doing this right now.
I'm sorry. I'm just scared. I've never touched ground before. Well, I'm not scared. I'm more excited. I've never been.
What are you scared about?
I don't know. What if it's weird?
I mean, as long as you follow the rules, you'll probably be fine.
That's not typically how I work, but I guess here I will.
Adriel shoots a look at Gideon. You not following the rules isn't an option, Gideon.
I will not be a problem.
Okay.
It's Winona's turn to be rude, right? When
Adriel also looks at Current. You too.
What?
Following the rules is imperative today.
I will. I promise.
No wandering.
Adriel, I will follow.
No wandering.
No wandering.
Okay. And she'll kiss Current on the cheek.
And say, "What are you doing while we're there?"
I've got some business to handle.
Nothing involving tieflings, I hope.
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm sure you don't.
Brian?
Gemma?
I'll take care of my business. How about you keep your kids alive? Call it even. There's a tense silence.
There is, and then Brian says, "If you see her before I do, will you tell her where to find me?" Referring to the ex.
Yeah, I'll tell her where to find you. That is if I don't take her out first.
I don't care if you take her out first. I just wanted to heal my fucking back.
All right, then I might Minor and Dinah get a raid for you.
Is no one else hearing this? Is no one else hearing this?
I think it is a quieter conversation. Like I don't know if it's like everyone is silent while this conversation is happening.
Wait, can I roll a perception check? I want to eavesdrop.
Okay, so I imagine that you are all in this huddle pretending to not listen, but all clearly being like, I'm sorry.
I think after you say the thing about wine and diner too, Brian like kind of looks at you for a second and then like rolls her eyes and shakes her head and goes, Gemma, you're incorrigible. I don't know why I put up with you. And then like just kind of turns away a little bit, but she's like still smirking.
Yeah, I think right after like Brian turns, like a wide smirk spreads across Gemma's face. And she kind of like pulls up from where she was leaning against the wall and says, right then, see you at the entrance when we land. And she turns around and completely runs into Julian.
I was just about to ask about him.
And there's a large clattering sound as everything that Julian was holding in his arms just goes bing, 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 and just falls all over the ground. And Julian, who I think is like safely terrified of Gemavario, says, I'm so sorry. And then like Ben's gonna start picking this shit up.
Before we do this, I really just want to quickly say, chat, what the fuck? 860?
What happened?
Wait, what?
Hello?
Wait, do I have to do like a fifth chaos if we hit 1,000?
I think it just rolls over. Do we want to change I'll change the goal. It'll just roll over, chat. I don't know what y'all are tipping for at this point.
What is happening?
Chaos events?
Oh,
So many
That's
chaos
too many.
events.
They have to roll over at some point.
I'm scared.
I'm afraid.
we're in danger.
We're in danger.
Danger.
All right, I'll change it, chat. Y'all are yelling at me to let y'all pay us, so I'll change it. But like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Thank you, but we're
Chaos
scared.
events.
Daddy, this is up to you. Actually, how these chaos events happen is actually up to you.
All five. So I'll let you wait too.
Okay.
You see that like Gemma just like thoughtlessly like just like kind of looks at all the things Julian has spilt, and someone who's not Gemavario might stop and help Julian pick these things up, but instead Gemma steps over them in her heeled boots and says, yeah, don't do that again, and leaves the room. Julian is now picking all of these things up off the floor, and you can see that there are 6 daggers that Julian had been holding completely unsheathed in his arms. Oh, Julian. And he picks them all back up, and he then kind of like takes the armful and just like sets them down on the table and says, I stayed up all night making those. They're liquid iron laced daggers, and they should get you out of a fight if you need to.
Brian's gonna pick one up and flip it.
Brian, you flip it around. You've seen these kinds of daggers before. They're like regular daggers, except for there's this hole in the middle where these glass beads are. And you know that on impact, these glass beads shatter and the blades becomes like coated in this liquid iron that can incapacitate flux folk from anywhere between like 5 seconds if they're very powerful to like 2 whole minutes if they're not. These daggers would also cost you like 1,000 gold apiece, and they're a single time use.
Brian kind of holds it up and looks at Julian and says, you made these?
Well, the enchantment on the glass bead is a bit tricky. So
yeah, no shit. Yeah. Thank you. And she tells everybody to take one.
Edry like takes the dagger and is like looking at it and is like visibly just very impressed with it. Like she in her brain is trying to like look at the strings of magic to like see how they work.
And you're trying to look at strings of magic, and all of a sudden, Julian, what a fucking asshole, rips the dagger out of your hands and says, not that one. That one's mine. Use this one. And hands you a different one instead.
Aren't they all the same?
Yeah, they're the same. Anyways. Here, Gideon, you can use this one. And then hands Gideon the one that was taken away from you.
I want to do a check.
I don't want that one.
Of some kind.
I want this one.
I'm the only one who's used these. What's going on?
Are we trading? I want to trade.
Oh my god. Yeah, if you want to do an insight check,
Okay.
I would allow Brian to, because Brian has seen these weapons before.
Quiet. No, go. Hold on. There we go. That's a whopping 6.
6? Oh no. Gideon, you may roll it as well, but you already know like the nature of the truth here. I would only just be providing you additional context.
Okay.
Well, a 4 from you, so neither of you have any idea what it is.
I'm
think
too fucking annoyed to know.
You rolled perception,
Yeah.
Molly, instead of insight.
Oh, I need insight from you, Molly.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
We have a second chance.
A second
If
chance.
I find it.
Yeah!
Yay! 17.
Bestie.
Okay, so like Gideon, like Julian hands you this one, and you get you're like, oh, clearly this is like the one you did first, because it's clearly like a little bit worse than the rest. Like it's still functional.
Oh,
it's
my
just perhaps
heart.
maybe like the first one and not the best.
Yeah.
Me the last
Gideon
one he
goes,
did.
I don't want that one. You take that one. And shoves it back.
I'll take it then. That one's mine then.
Thanks, Julian. Great. He reaches towards another dagger like it is like a scorpion and like slowly drags it across the table, loops it through their jeans.
Brian
You're not used to us if
all
you
of
don't
this
sleep.
happen and then shakes her head and says, I'm gonna go wait with Gemma. I'll see y'all in a minute. And
Bye,
she
Brian.
hobbles out of the room.
Bye.
Adriel will go back to inspecting the dagger like she was doing.
Yeah, you do. You get a pretty good feel for it. This is a pretty advanced level enchantment. Just because liquid iron, it's the magic that has to suspend the iron into liquid. And so to hold it in that sustained state while also being in something as fragile as like a glass ball that can rupture on impact and is like told to rupture on impact is a pretty intricate set of like ritual crafting.
Mm-hmm. Adriel will look at Julian, and for once, since they've gotten on this ship, it's not with any like anger toward him or like sarcasm toward him. There's like a like gentleness in as she's holding this dagger, and she kind of looks at him and she goes, "Would you teach me how to do this enchantment? Don't be an asshole right now."
I need to know, does Gideon give any sort of visual indicator on how Julian should act in this moment?
Yeah. It's a you better be fucking nice look. You better be nice.
You see Julian almost like looks past you at something for a second, Adriel. You're not sure what, but the audience knows that it's like Gideon in the background being like, you know, and then is like, I guess I could.
Adriel will look at him and try really hard to not be annoyed by his attitude. Okay, well, thanks. And she'll sheath the dagger and put it away.
Cool. At this point, Julian approaches you, Winona, and says, Winona, what weapons are you planning on using out on the field?
Got my battle axe.
Oh shit, sorry, I didn't see that giant battle axe until just this moment.
You need, Adri will very quietly turn to Gideon and like whisper and just kind of go, "Does he need new glasses?"
Yeah.
rather just keep it propped up because I don't want to just like, it's kind of, I don't want to just like, have it on me at all times because it just feels a lot. You know what I mean? But I've got it. I got it here. I mean, I'm also willing to take one of your. I don't know. I don't know what's helpful. I've got hands.
I was just offering to place a small enchantment on this weapon.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Let me here you go.
And you see Julian sort of takes it, and I think it is at this time anyone who's remotely just got thirst eyes notices the ease in which the axe is lifted from Winona as well and set down on the table.
Adriel clocks it. I'm very sorry about it.
I'm not gonna tell you who has thirst eyes.
Adriel
I'm just gonna tell
eyes.
you those
So
with
sorry.
thirst eyes notice it.
Whatever.
I can't wait for Gideon and Julian to arm wrestle. That's all.
Like with ease, and sets it down on the table, and you watch as Julian sort of traces along the edge of the blade, looking very focused, and mutters 2 or 3 long dead arcanic words from the old world. This blade takes on a soft glow, and then Julian hands it back to you. All right, that's done.
Oh, cool. Thanks. All right, sweet. Hell yeah.
It is at this point that Adriel wishes Julian wasn't so fucking intolerable.
Absolutely. So we've got 17 minutes. Is anything else happening in this war room before you touch down?
Yes. Adri is actually going to go over to Gideon. And Adriel has this like little ring that she has turned into like, so it's on like a bracelet now, kind of, because Gideon like already wears so many rings. And so she'll go over to Gideon and kind of like lean against the war table, and she goes, give me your wrist.
Oh, yeah.
And she'll like put the bracelet on Gideon.
You're giving me jewelry? What's this do? You don't have to give me stuff.
Hopefully, if I ever need to, if we are ever separated, I can channel divinity and find you. But I hope that
Andrew, I don't want to get separated from you.
I hope that it doesn't come to that, but in case, just in case. And she will also cast Vigilant Blessing, which gives Gideon advantage on the next initiative roll that they make. And you feel, and what you feel and what you see, Gideon, because you're so used to Adri's magic, is this swirl, this light swirl of purple and gold and silver like ribbons that kind of like encompass you, just for a brief moment.
I think Gideon nods. I think they really missed feeling Adriel's magic. And they take a second, they go, your spell work is beautiful, Adri.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna go double check that I have everything before we touch down. And yeah, and she'll really quickly give Gideon a kiss on the cheek and run out of the room.
Gideon's eyes turn into cartoon hearts that pop out of their skull. Fly after Adric.
Interesting. Can I get Current to roll an insight check, please?
15?
All right. There is something akin to devastation in Julian's eyes, and you have no idea why that would be placed that way.
I think I'm gonna walk up. Brent's gonna walk on over to Julian. Hey, Julian.
Oh, hey, Current. Yes, Current, how are you?
I was just about to ask you the same thing. How are you?
Anxious to see the wilds with my own eyes.
Anxious? Haven't you seen the wilds?
No. Many of the Arcanic students never see the wilds, yet spend their whole life studying it.
So, you've studied to be an expert on the wilds and you've never been in the wilds?
No, Current, I don't know if you know this, but the only person who has successfully gone into the wilds and come back is Alan, my mentor and Gideon's godparent.
Makes sense. Well, I actually had something I want to ask because it's just been something that's kind of I've noticed it, and I was going back and forth about it, and I'm curious why it is.
Ask away.
Every time one of my best friends gets done having a conversation with you, they're either mad or they're crying. I just asking for a friend.
And Current's the only one in the room to witness this, right?
Oh, I want to be there, but I don't want to interrupt.
No. Winona's Winona's still there, right? Winona, are you like doing your best to like not be seen at the moment, or are you just like standing across the table like
Kind of like trying to like not pay attention, but also not trying to hide the fact that I'm just like, what's happening?
Julian lets out this large sigh and says, Current, believe me when I tell you that I am trying, but there is a line to be driven between niceness and coddling a person to death in the wilds.
I'm sorry, I don't recall any of us asking to be coddled.
Me either.
So why is it when in moments that you're supposed to be helpful, once again, my friends are in tears, which seems the opposite of helpful? I'm just trying to understand because we're getting ready to touch down, we're getting ready. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here because we all want to stay alive, right?
None of us have the calloused hands of war or battle apart from Brine. All of us are going into this situation wildly unprepared and against the odds. My concern is not emotional well-being, Current, it is life and death.
And that I understand. But shouldn't a part of that be, making sure that we all get along so in those moments of high stress and danger, we can communicate better together?
If their communication is lacking and is due to a show of unprofessionalism on their part, I promise when I am on the field, I will be nothing but doing my best.
And I believe that you'll do that, Julian. I really do. I do. I just think, we have two separate people that seem to be having similar problems, and there's one common denominator there. So I just want to make sure that we're all getting along so that we can all survive.
And what were these problems of which you heard, Current?
Well, I'm not saying I heard any specific problems, but I sure as hell heard the tears afterwards.
Roll an insight check.
Okay. Blank? 15?
15. Man, okay, Julian runs his hands through his hair in a way that's like oddly familiar to you, but you can't pin it. And says, Current, I beg you to believe me when I tell you that I am actively doing my best.
And I think Current's gonna lean in kind of real close and go, I know, Julian. I just want to make sure that we come back with as many people that we left with. Understand that they're my family. They're all I have.
Then I suppose we're both of understanding that the only mission that we're on is to keep the people on this ship alive. Everything else comes after.
Agreed.
And then Julian looks to Winona to also agree. Winona, what do you do? It's like being in the room when your parents are fighting and then they look at you and they're like, honey, we're done fighting now. And you're like, okay. At that point, Julian looks at the two of you and says, apologies, I must. And then Julian just turns around and walks out of the room. Leaving Current and Winona, is there anything you two would like to speak about, or can I hop on over to see what Brian's doing?
So you've got buddies already, right?
Well, I mean, I could always use another buddy. Can have more than one buddy.
Okay. Cool. Are we?
Winona, do you want to be my buddy?
I think that'd be. I mean, none of this is fun. But yeah, that'd be kind of cool, right? I mean, I've got knee pads, but they probably won't do much. But we could try. We could try.
Let's kick some ass together.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah.
We got this. We got this. Remember?
Yeah, we got this.
Got this.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna die.
Nope.
That's right.
I'm gonna be mean, and we're not gonna die. I can do this. I'm fine. Buddies, mean, not dying. No thank yous. Yeah.
Okay. Great job, friends. Who else would like to do something before the ship lands?
Me?
Please.
I think. Where's Julian going to?
You watch Julian leave the room and do like the little like hands thing at their side. And then kind of like, I think you're like leaning against the door, right? Like the door at the exit. So when Julian walks out, like he does not see you. But you like do see that like moment of like, I don't know where to go. And so I think you see that like Julian takes a few like unsure steps towards heading towards the deck.
I think Gideon's like leaning against a wall and just goes, hey.
Oh, Gideon, you cannot do that.
I can do whatever I want, Julian.
We are in the wilds. Please do not lurk around corners like flux folk.
I'm not lurking. I'm leaning against a wall. It's hot. You should try it. Oh.
What is your problem? Current just attacked me in there for causing tears. What is going on?
I'll tell you what my fucking problem is, Julian. And then Gideon like flips the letter out from the little like diamond in their chest and just gently tips their hand forward with it between their two fingers. And goes,
Julian,
I think you already know.
Interesting. Julian haughtily snatches it out of your hands and flips it open. And the anger shifts to confusion, to doubt, to realization, and then to the indistinguishable face of a royal who is keeping it together. A steady calm. Looks at you and says, I knew nothing of this.
Can I roll insight to see if Gideon believes that? Or is it just kind of okay?
Yeah, we can do that.
Or is it like
yeah, you can roll insight to get just a temp check. That absolutely works. Yeah, I think that though you see Misha doing an incredible job, just that small amount of gathered tears in the corner of the left eye is the only thing to give them away.
I think Misha sees someone that was so fucking ready to just unleash on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not even kidding. Like, so ready to, like, get physical there almost. Like, have all of that anger just sort of exhale. And Gideon's eyes are also watering. And they take the letter back. Do you really mean that?
And I think that, like, the emotions are still, like, building and swimming, and to the point where I think you can tell that, like, Misha isn't even looking at you anymore. They're looking past you, and you almost see like a crackle of magic at their fingers, and they say, of course, Gideon, why do you think I didn't talk to Adriel after the assassination attempt?
I don't know. I don't know you. You don't talk to me.
No, you don't know me. And I pray you do not. All I ask is that you help me keep her alive on this trip. Nothing else. No gossip, no letters. I am here to die for her or leave successful. That is all I need from you, Gideon.
You have a lot of fucking nerve after reading that, talking to me like that. I know you didn't know. Are you kidding me? I have a right to be mad. You're lucky.
Me? You would speak to be mad at me, the person whose life was accounted for in inches and miles of political moves? Why the fuck do you think I kept you as far away that I could? I didn't go out to dinners. I didn't go out to drinks. I kept everything short because I knew you would be harmed the second you got close enough. You were already close enough with Alan. Why the fuck do you think I came on this ship for a moment away? Winona, Current, can I get perception checks from the two of you, please?
Oh, of course you can.
Do I need to do one as well, or is the scene that we're about to do going to cancel
You're
out
on the
any position I
docks,
might have?
nerd.
Okay.
You're on
Wanted
the
to make
deck,
sure.
nerd.
Where is this happening?
I don't know where Adriel is.
Where is this
Somewhere
happening?
ambiguous to let this sauce happen. Get out of my. Get out of here.
No, I just want to know where it's happening.
It's happening like in the small atrium outside of the war room. Like the war room has like steps down, and so like they're like both on steps.
Adriel's not near there. Adriel's in the bedrooms. I just wanted to know where this was going on.
Oh yeah. Okay. Great. Perfect.
Believe me, I want to keep this sauce
Winona?
as long as you do.
Winona, you hear like angry shouting about royalty, but you don't know jack shit about royalty, so you're just like, someone's arguing about the queen, and I don't know what the fuck this is about outside. But you can tell that like Current's just kind of like too into you to notice right now, but you're definitely clocking it. Oh boy.
Lyrica, I heard the sexy music start playing when you did that.
Oh my god.
So y'all in the castle like to scream a lot, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do you not hear they're fighting about there's somebody they're fighting about something. They do that.
All the
Okay.
time. All the time.
That I know they were supposed like okay.
Like your act.
Why?
We cut back now to Gideon right outside the room and says, I am not asking for pity. I'm not asking for grace. I am just asking for your agreement to help in my cause, Gideon. You consider me dead afterwards.
Believe me, you have no fucking pity for me, all right? And Gideon gets an inch from Misha's face. He goes, I'm sorry I showed you the letter. Sorry I suspected you. All your family has ever done is taken from me comfortably and often. And I suspect as long as I live, you'll continue doing that. So trust me, Julian. I have not felt bad for you for a fucking second. And they shoulder check Julian as they walk past with their other hand. I don't think Julian sees this, but the audience sees them like clutching that locket of their parents.
Where are you going, Gideon? Are you heading to the deck?
I think so. I'm so angry I don't know where I'm going, but I think my body's on autopilot taking me there.
Gideon, you are angry walking up to the deck. Brian, you are already there, correct?
I'm with Gemma.
Who is on the deck?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So Gemma's up on the deck. She has like these little fancy binoculars that she's kind of using because I think this is actually what we see as we see this scene. I think we see the moment where the ship comes down from the cloud line and Akramon comes into view. This lush, sprawling forest that is now something twisted, something more. You see pockets of storms, of haze, of otherness, and then pockets of gray emptiness, these spots of null as you get closer. And I don't think Gemma's looked at you, but I think Gemma like knows you're there. And Gemma sort of like has these binoculars that she's holding up to her eyes, and she says, yep, good news, Brian. Looks like your hometown's still in one piece.
Thank God for that, I guess.
Thank gods for that, I guess.
So I know we're putting on this whole thing in front of the kids, but you know I'm grateful, right?
At that point, Gemma turns to you and she sits back on like the ledge of the airship to face you and kind of like smirks and says, I have no indication of thankfulness.
Brian rolls her eyes and like kind of crowds into Gemma's space and says, well, if you'd stop yelling at people for a minute, maybe you'd get something, and then kisses her.
And Gideon on autopilot, that is what you see as you step out onto the dock. There's this long kiss from Brian and Gemma. And it's flirting, it's intense, and I think like right after it, Gemma pulls away a little, but she's still close to your face, and she says, you know, kissing me's not going to keep them alive, right?
Yeah, no shit.
Well, maybe you should be worried about that then.
Maybe I should. And then she's gonna kind of like knock her elbow against like your arm as she turns. And I assume sees Gideon.
Oh, yes. Much like Riverdale. That moment absolutely does take place.
Yeah.
And as Brine turns and sees Gideon at the entrance to these docks, where not but a few days ago, Gideon did take Brine's form, bleeding and battered down the stairs. What does Brine see?
I would like my camera to focus, please. It's not gonna happen. Sorry.
I think they see Gideon still clutching the locket with a look of like confused devastation on their face as they just sort of stand there, and you can tell they like stopped in their tracks and they just sort of tilt their head and then just nod to themselves and turn around and walk back to give them space.
Brian says, Gideon, wait, and kind of like hobbles after you.
Oh God, please don't hobble. Oh, slow down.
The way to keep it from opening. What? Are you okay?
Oh, I had a really bad conversation just before that. I would have reacted better to that had I not had I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you didn't interrupt anything. What do you mean you would have had a better reaction? Wyatt?
I didn't know you and Gemma were... I mean, I get it. I don't know who I'm more jealous of. Well, I'm not jealous. I mean, she's really cool.
You stressed Lyrica out so bad that her camera disappeared.
Gideon, I'm sorry. I thought... I saw that mark on Adriel's neck. You know that, right?
Oh, God. Yeah. I don't know. I thought we were broken up, and then we weren't. And I thought you and I, and then I don't know. I don't know how these things work.
Gideon, when last time I held your hand, I fucking started bleeding all over you in a stairwell.
I don't care about that. I mean, I care. Oh God, I care that you were hurt. I mean, that doesn't change anything. I mean,
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm a clown. I didn't mean to.
You're not. Have you ever seen a clown? Those things are scary.
Gideon lets out like a laugh that half sounds like a cry because they are just so pent up from that conversation with Misha.
What happened right before you came up here? Who were you talking to?
At that point, you hear, "Excuse me," as Julian brusquely walks past the two of you.
Can you fucking watch it? You walk around this goddamn ship like you got the whole thing riding on your shoulder. Relax.
Casts you the most withering look in the universe, and continues up the stairs.
Brian literally goes like this. Anyway, I don't know what is up that guy's ass. Who were you talking to?
I'll give you one guess. Their name rhymes with Boolean.
Oh. Well, what the fuck? Is that why he's all mad?
Probably.
What happened?
I don't know. Fuck that guy. Who cares? You being mean to him made my day. Thank you.
I thought you were friends.
So did I.
Gideon,
And that's why I'm the clown. That's why I'm the clown, Brian. I thought
you're not a clown. Why? What are you not telling me? And then Brian's gonna like kind of grab Gideon's wrist and pull her like further away from like where Gemma is.
Yeah, you pull her into like the side room where like the mops and stuff for the deck are kept placed, like this tiny little storage room that's right by the deck, like on the stairs in between the two levels.
Yeah. She's gonna lean in and she's gonna go, "What are you telling me? You were acting weird the night that I got hurt too. What the fuck's going on?"
Julian, is just being a jerk on the boat.
Why?
Because they're so stressed out. I don't.
Can I roll an insight check?
It's up to Molly to consent to an insight check as a player.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please incite me.
Would you like to roll a deception check in refute, Molly, or would you like to
Yeah,
kill the
because that's
DC?
fun.
Okay, go ahead.
Insight check, but let's go. It's a 7.
You know the number.
Yeah.
Continue.
All right, listen.
I think, Brian, it's safe to know that you still know that there is more. You just have no information as to what it is.
Absolutely.
I know that things got weird, and Current's dad, and I don't know. I'm an assassin. Everything, my back's still fucked. God, I hope we find her when we get down there. Somebody who can heal me. It's the friend that I mentioned.
Okay.
First of all, I don't know if we should even be worried about feelings right now. Second of all, do you need me to kill that guy for you?
I think for the first time that day, like, Gideon actually laughs, like, throws their head back and laughs. And goes,
Brian
no.
is dead serious.
No. It's
okay.
Complicated.
Complicated. Yeah.
I'll make you a promise. I do it in threes, but I'm gonna be careful.
Don't do that.
I promise I'll tell you what's going on later. I just don't want to do it on the boat. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry to be weird.
No, it's come with me to find.
Pause. That was a promise made in one, correct?
Mhm.
Only once.
Okay.
Mhm.
Continue.
Come with me after we get sponsored, after we get through the walls, if we make it through the walls, which should be fine. Come with me when I go to find Ystira, and we can hopefully we can talk. Okay?
Yeah, you can give me a tour of Terrapine.
Yeah. That'll be great. I'm sure it'll remind you of home, really. It's just a fabulous place.
If you're from here, then yes, it is.
Maybe.
Oh, that was too much. We should. Oh God, we should go. Like, Gideon runs their hands through their hair, and starts moving towards the docks with Brian.
Brian kind of snorts and then follows you.
Yeah, you go to step out of the broom closet and go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw, Adriel.
Adriel? Me?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
What was I doing up there?
Give me a dexterity saving throw. The boat's about to land, and I assume most of you are heading up to the deck.
It's a 2. I cannot wait to twist my ankle.
Well, the door of the broom closet smacks Adriel in the nose, and Adriel, you take... Ooh, let's roll it, Papa. Roll 1d6.
Oh, 1. Okay, we're good.
You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as you topple down the half set of stairs that you had already walked up, as you see Gideon, though hot, kind of carelessly throw open the door, smack you directly in the nose, and then watch you topple as Gideon and Brian leave a broom closet together. We continue.
Adriel's like, oh, fuck, ow. And she's
Oh my God.
holding her face. I assume, honestly, TBH, because of the drama, I think she's bleeding a little bit from her nose.
Oh my God! Oh, sorry.
And I don't think she sees Brian leave the closet because the door hits her, and she's like this.
Brian stops dead though, and it just goes, "Oh Jesus!"
You hear Brian Brian go, oh Jesus. And Current and Winona, that's when you come around the corner and you see like Adriel sprawled at the bottom of the stairs and like Brian and Gideon looking terrified on the middle of the stairs. And that's what you're kind of walking into.
Adri will very haphazardly like get to her feet and like realizes that she's bleeding because she can see it on her hands, and like look for like one of her like handkerchiefs and very quickly like presses it to her face.
You haven't even left the ship yet. What is happening?
Brian's gonna lean in and kind of like touch Adriel's arm very lightly and say, "Is it? Can I see?"
Yeah, and she like removes the thing. I think it's fine. I don't think it's broken. It just hurts.
She's gonna tilt Adri's chin up a little bit and kind of like inspect, and then say, "Can I touch your nose? Is that weird?"
No, it's fine. She like
she's gonna wiggle it in a couple different places and ask you if it hurts.
Ow, it hurts. Like she's like when you like move it kind of to the left because the door hit her this way. So when you go to move it back the other way, she's like, "Ow!"
Brian goes, that might scar. It might be a little. I think it might be a little broken, actually."
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh God.
Okay. And she like.
Do you want me to go get Mara? She's got all kinds of healing. Wait, actually, hold on. And Brian goes into her bag and like pulls out one of the healing poultices that Mara gave her.
You hold that.
You hear. Don't worry about it. I've got it. And Julian's tall presence now comes brushing past you down the stairs.
Brian goes like this and says, "Did anybody ask you?" "No."
Adriel kind of looks up at him and goes, "Oh, I was gonna go to Mara."
I was just going to cast a simple spell to heal it.
Okay.
But if you'd like me to wait for your approval, Brian, I can.
I have a question above game.
Yeah.
Does Misha's magic feel the same in this form?
Have you ever felt Misha's magic before this point? I posit a question with a question.
I think so. I think that Adri is so clumsy, and because they were teaching that class together, I think that there are a number of times in which Adri could have gotten hurt and Misha was like, "Oh, I can fix that."
Then quite possibly, yes.
Okay.
I would ask for an Arcana roll
Okay.
at casting.
That's fine.
But at
Brian?
this point, Julian has cattily said, "Unless you'd like me to wait for you first."
Adriel looks up at him and just goes, "I'm bleeding. Please don't be an asshole right now."
Brian
Gladly.
rolls her eyes and says, "I can't fucking stand men. Why did we bring him on the ship?" And
It
then
wasn't
goes
my
and like
choice.
just like turns and walks toward Gideon.
Great question, Brian.
And at that point,
She gives you a little fist bump of solidarity.
Thank you.
Julian gets very close to you, Adriel, and I think it is at this point I would ask for both an insight check and a Arcana check.
Okay. The insight is an 18.
Mm-hmm.
The Arcana is a 10.
While this magic does not ring of any familiarity to you, as Julian is so focused on casting this simple magic, and Julian gets very close to you to the point where you're like breathing in the same air as each other, that sort of physical closeness, steps and goes to cast this magic and kind of like reset your nose at the same time. And in that moment of stillness and closeness, you can see the still drying, like redness of his eyes. And he wordlessly fixes it and turns around and walks back up the stairs.
Adriel will. That image immediately reminds her of Misha. Like, there's no doubt in her mind. Like, she doesn't know that it's Misha, but the two images together, like, that, like, you know how when you look at something and you're like, ah, yes, this is the other thing that this reminds me of? It's that.
Right.
And whoever's looking at Adri can do an insight check or not, but you see, if you're looking at her face, you see this moment of kind of like confusion and trying to like piece things together.
Can I roll an insight check?
No, you don't have
Please,
to.
Winona.
You don't
If
have
only
to.
if you'd like to at this
Oh,
point
okay.
to,
Yeah,
to gather
only if you'd like
insight
to.
on our sweet bean.
And Adri will kind of like push at her nose a little bit to like see if it still like hurts.
Totally fine.
She's like, okay.
Winona, Current's looking so hot in that garb. All right.
Did he see the necklace while he was this close to me?
I get to keep that to myself.
Okay, that's fine. I'm done causing problems now. Okay, thank you.
Winona, Current,
Yes.
Gideon, and Adriel.
Yes.
What does it look like for the first time as you all ascend to the deck together and see the ground?
I think there is a moment of kind of like stunned silence from Adriel as she like takes out like the smallest notebook she has on her. She has 3 notebooks on her because this is who she is as a person. She takes out the smallest notebook she has, and if you're like looking at her, you can see really quickly that she's just like drawing an image and like labeling things as they start to descend.
I think Current kind of defaults to excitement over any other emotion first with new things. And so just very wide-eyed, like almost like we're touching down in some very weird kind of Disneyland. Just everything is new. And I'm just struck by even seeing the ground for the first time.
And Winona's pretty much the same, and like the only thing she can think of is just like going to like lay on the ground as soon as they get off the ship to see if it feels different, because she doesn't know if it like feels any different than it does like up in Kurthis. Like she wants to like touch and like be like acclimated with everything, but also knows that everything is dangerous. So yeah,
I think Gideon walks up beside Zadriel and just sort of like laces their pinky with hers as they're sort of looking down, and is just again stunned silence and wide-eyed and looking out to the horizon to see just how far everything goes and what is even beyond Terrapine.
I ask for perception checks from everyone in this moment.
oh no.
30-20.
21.
18?
21.
Hell
16.
yeah. Anyone with an 18 or above, which at this point is going to be everyone but Gideon Osmond, you see it moments before Julian warns you. Number 2.
Wait. Who's taking their headphones off?
No one.
No one.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You
touched
just
your
wanted
headphones, I got
justice. Sam wanted justice.
You hear heads in an instant. Moments before. Winona, Current, Brine, Adriel. Up towards the mast, you see a flittering bird. Not much larger than like a stuffed animal, right? These long ribbon-esque wings, draped of pink, and releasing like a slow trail of like beautiful purple light as it flies. But it is with ruthlessness that Julian calls heads, and this arcanic crossbow forms in his hands in a quick second. Bolt already locked. An instant takes sight. A single shot pierces it from 100 feet away. An incredible shot. This ship is moving. And it falls. Now, Adriel, Winona, Current, Brine. This bird is going to fall. If you would like to intercept in some way to catch this bird before it just falls into the ether somewhere.
I do.
Do I recognize what this bird is?
Roll a history or nature check for me.
Okay. My choice?
Yes. And if you are trying to catch it, tell me in what way, and then we can call for rolls and go from there.
I think Adri is kind of leaning against the...
It's a 6 on the history. I don't know shit.
Hold on, I just want to make sure I don't have this spell. I don't. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I didn't have Mage Hand at some point. I think Adria kind of like leans, like not like entirely like putting her body over, but does kind of like extend her hand to see if she can even just like grab a feather or something that she can inspect.
Okay. So you're doing that. I need to know, is anyone who hit that roll making an attempt to catch in this moment?
I'll attempt to catch it.
Okay, tell me in what way you are making the attempt.
I think she kind of tries to just like lunge out with an arm.
Okay, if you lunge towards the edge of this ship, a dramatic failure will result in dire consequences. Unless someone can stop you from falling. But that's the life of a Fretzman, no?
What's the roll that I need to do?
You want me to call a DC? To not fall off, I'm looking for above an 8. To
That's a
catch it,
dexterity.
I'm looking for above a 14.
It's a dexterity check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I, instead of catching it, give a help action?
Yes.
Instead of attempting to catch it?
Tell me how you are helping before Brian makes this roll.
I think Adri is like, kind of like holding Brian, not like on the back or anything, but just like as Brian lunges, Adri is stabilizing them so that they don't go over.
Okay. I will accept that. Go ahead and roll it with advantage, Brian.
17?
17. You reach out and catch it. This pink bird.
I imagine Adri has my other hand.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Adri kind of, counters your weight and brings you back on. You both kind of tumble backwards a bit. And this bird that you're now holding in your hands, it's like the size of your chest, Brian. You actually feel the scar on your back kind of subtly rip in places. Not complete, but that, that kind of feeling of like when a scab just kind of rips up in a place that it shouldn't.
Adri sees like the light starting to peak slowly and like snatches the bird from Brian. Not in a mean way, but just in a, you probably shouldn't be touching this. And she like sets it down on the ground and would just like to do like some kind of investigation or nature check.
Set the bird down on the ground. Who is all standing around this bird at this point?
Me.
Oh, a bird!
Okay, everyone is standing by the bird. I hear you loud and clear. Okay, so you are standing by the bird. And let me just you can't act on the bird, but can I just hear from anyone who is not in the process of catching what their reaction to all of this was? So that would be Winona, Current, and Gideon.
I feel like my heart dropped a little bit to see Brian getting like nearly getting in trouble. Not like trouble, but like nearly hurting herself again. But like catches like this big bird, and I'm kind of shook at the bird now that Brian's okay.
Current.
I think Current kind of looks at, how far away is Julian from where we're at right now?
Julian is on the other side of the deck, having made this shot. You can tell maybe a few seconds, or Julian is standing, and you can tell that maybe a few seconds ago, during this sort of interaction while you were all getting used to the deck at the same time, I think Gemma was in the middle of cornering Julian and flirting with him because she is incorrigible at best, and so she still kind of got him pinned to a corner of the deck right now. And so that's where he is.
Okay, I think Current very much wants to kind of just dive in and touch, but then just the small memory of yes, we are in the wilds, and is kind of just fighting the urge to get her hands on this thing and see what it is and why it was shot down.
Yes, you approach closer. Gideon?
I think Gideon cannot help this expression of like naked admiration for that sick ass shot that sort of flashes across their face as they like look to Julian, because they were slow on this one. They did not see it, so they were kind of like over at Julian and then looked away, and now they're just sort of staring down at the bird.
Staring down at the bird, you watch Current get a little bit closer. That initial inclination of like curiosity peaked, and at the same time, these birds' pink eyes go red, and its mouth opens. You see this bird, now still dead, has these sickening, sharp, pointed teeth, being animated from beyond life, speaks in an unnatural tone that is encompassing a being much greater than this bird. You know instantly this is merely a vessel, and it says, "Your friends and family of Ilia welcomes you to our domain. We know of which you seek, and will bargain when you're ready." Dexterity saving throws from everyone who is by this bird right now.
$16.
Nat 20, thank you very much.
21.
With a natural 20, you may save one person who has failed their dexterity save. Who are you picking?
Did
Who
everyone
all
else
failed?
fail?
Winona and Gideon.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian?
Oh no.
Who in that instant, that one, you have that gut. You've been keeping people alive here. They are not ready for this yet. You have that instinct. Who do you save?
This is literally Sophie's choice.
A very important call. It was from Wizards of the Coast.
Mm-hmm.
With an
What did they
important
say?
an important ruling has come through from the official D&D referees. They actually pointed out that Winona does have an ability that helps in this moment. Winona, do you want to tell me about this ability that helps you in the moment before we get to discover who won the dice giveaway?
Yes. So we're talking about Dark Sense, right?
Danger sense.
Danger
Danger
sense.
sense.
I was like,
Dark
dark
sense.
sense.
I do have dark vision though.
Yeah, you do.
But danger sense. Should I drop it in the thingy?
Please.
Yeah.
How do
I think
I
you
do
just click
this?
on it.
Yeah, you see that little chat bubble? Go ahead and click that. Yeah.
Danger sense. So at second level, I gain an uncanny sense of when things nearby aren't as they should be, giving me an edge when I dodge away from danger. And it gives me an advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that I can see, such as traps and spells and big pink birds. So yeah.
Thank God.
Thank fuck. All right.
Well, before we sort of solve Brian's whole I get to save someone shtick, classic Brian, am I right, guys? Anyways, I don't know why I'm like this coming back from break. Now, can someone tell me what it looks like as Winona, Current, and Adrielle all dodge out of the way? Like, what is like your I should probably tell you what you're dodging from. You see the bird. That pink trail had followed the bird down. That pinkish purple trail had followed the bird as it was falling down, and it pulled in and it was still kind of hovering in the air as those words were happening. But at the end of those words, that energy is sucked into this bird, and there is a moment of pulsing light as this bird swells to explode.
I think Adrielle immediately grabs Current. And I think if it's okay with Lyrica, I think Lyrica grabs Winona. I think Current grabs Winona, and then I think with Current being in the center of the triad, we all just kind of like dodge out of the way.
Okay. And Brian, you go to do the same, except for you realize that Gideon Osmond,
That bastard.
I am sure Morgaine Osmond lamented the exact same sparkles that are in Gideon's eyes right now, telling his wife, that love of beauty is going to get you killed. You see Gideon clutching her locket and staring down at this piece of the wilds in, tell me if I'm wrong, Gideon, complete like awe.
Absolutely.
You get the sense, Brian, in that gut feeling, like this is someone who's not going to keep themselves above ground. Like this is not the instinct of someone who's going to keep themselves up and alive.
Brian screams Gideon's name at the top of her lungs.
I think Audrey screams it at the same time.
Okay.
Doesn't hesitate, just lunges forward and like with both arms like grabs Gideon around the waist and hauls her onto the ship, like really aggressively, like pulls her into Brian's body.
And I think Gideon reaches for Brian instinctively, like as
and I
grabbing
think
her.
that like the way that Brian grabs you, it kind of like pulls you like pulls you down because she's so short. So like pulls you almost down to like your knees and like your heads knocked together. Our heads knocked together.
And Gideon, it is a 3, and I'm gonna say that you were spared from damage. But can I please get a Constitution saving throw?
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's my. That's a big old 6.
Here's what we see. We see this energy get sucked in. Those with the survivor's instinct all dodge out of the way. And Brian, you make up for what is lacking. Gemma and Julian are much too far away to do anything about this.
Chad is yelling at you about inspo.
You don't have to.
You don't have to use it. I'm just saying that Chad is yelling about it.
I want to suffer from IDM.
Okay.
Yes! Thanks, Molly!
Always.
Oh, delicious.
Happy to do it.
You watch Brian as Gideon's falling on top of you. That's the sitcom, that's the romance moment.
Coming, yeah, like
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
I just want to make sure it was straight. You
Not
you
straight,
see
gay,
this
yes.
eruption of light from like Halo Gideon in that moment. All of you were expecting something physical. No. The wilds don't work like that. This bird erupts in this burst of light that may have scorched you were you too close. As all of you dodge out of the way, only this pink smoke, this pink purple smoke remains. And you watch it seep into Gideon's skin and disappear. Gideon, you don't see this. It's going just straight into your back. You're facing away. The only person who can see it's done something concrete is Brian.
Brian's
Because no. Because Gideon, the ring around Gideon's iris is a tight pink, the same as the color before. Can I get a nature check from you, Brian?
Mm-hmm. An 18.
Brian, you would know that this is the mark of Ilya. This is how the Ilya dynasty knows everything that happens in the wilds. someone who is not Gideon can now see through Gideon's eyes whenever they would like to.
Brian watches this happen, and her good eye like goes really wide, and she like reaches up and she cups your face, Gideon, and she kind of like pulls your face towards hers, and she rests like your foreheads together, and she says, "Okay, you're okay. You okay?
Yeah.
You okay? Yeah?
Thank
Can
you.
you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
You're strong. Wow.
Lots of practice. Do you feel okay? I mean, I know.
This
Do you
is
feel
pretty
like yourself?
Yeah, Gideon's just like on top of Brian, like on like the deck. Like, yeah, I feel good. Are you okay?
Yeah, Gideon's having a moment like, are we falling in love? And Brian's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Like, it's just like the different energies of the situation.
Brian like kind of nods, and she's like, I think Gideon would notice that she's like panicking a little bit, but she's trying to like keep it like between them so that nobody else notices it. And she kind of nods, and it's like a little bit frantic, and like your noses brush together when it happens. And then she says, okay, we're gonna have a lot to talk about, but right now I need you to just be really, really cool. Okay? Can you do that?
I'm always cool, Brian. That's like my thing.
Yeah.
And speaking of Brian, will you tell me now, as the adrenaline wears off, what has happened to Brian's back as you've landed on it?
Oh, I was gonna get there. Don't worry.
I forget. You're a writer. You got this. I'll shut the fuck up.
I got it. And then she says, okay, and like she's like hyperventilating a little bit, and then she hisses, and then she says, fuck, god damn it, I'm bleeding all over the place again, aren't I? And she's like, not good.
Oh god. And Gideon like turns their head to look at everyone and is like, hey, I think Brian got hurt.
Audrey steps forward and like takes the pouch of like healing concoction stuff that Brian had, and kind of helps like Brian. Like Adria waits for Gideon to get up off of Brian and then helps Brian get up to like a sitting position. And Adria will like kneel on the ground and kind of like touch Brian's shirt and just goes, "I'm sorry, can I?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Elle, just do it.
Okay. And then so she is going to how far are we from like landing right now?
Maybe 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay. She's gonna take like the healing things that Mara gave Brian and like start putting them on her wound.
She's gonna grab Gideon's wrist and like squeeze
I was
it.
just gonna say grab Gideon's hand and starts putting them on the wound, and then just kind of like looks at Current and just goes, I know that we had a long rest and spells. Do you still have the spell that you used to close the wound?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. No, that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. And she
Well, no, how are you reacting to seeing your bestie Brian go through this?
All over the place. I'm kind of I'm like really shocked by like just a really quick turn of events, and the last time that I tried to like do anything I got yelled at, so I'm kind of just like,
oh sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I'm kind of standing back and like having seen how everybody else kind of operates in like I'm just gonna say small moments of crisis compared to like everything else. Like I feel a little calmer than I did before, and I'm just gonna let them do their thing because I'm starting to trust people.
Yeah, Adri's gonna look up at Winona and just go, "Hey, Winona, can you run and get Mara if possible? I think that you're faster than me, so I think you should be the one to go get her."
Yeah. I'll go get Mara. So okay. Winona goes to do that.
And I think Adri's taking like she looks at her dress, like her long dress, and because she doesn't have any like rags on her, she's gonna take one of her daggers, slice like the bottom of her skirt, to like make like a like a piece of fabric and just start like applying it very gently to Brian's back so it can start soaking up the blood.
Okay, cool. So you run to get Mara. Mara was in the oh my god, what is the name of the place where the captain is? And then everyone stands together, and then Picard goes left, or whoever the fuck his name is.
Captain's bridge. The bridge.
The bridge.
The bridge. The control. The bridge. Is that the bridge? Is that the?
I don't know.
Watch Below Deck.
I'm
That's you
gay.
and Molly's thing.
I know something. It's your world.
It's a
I
bridge.
think it's the bridge.
Yeah, I think it's the bridge.
I'm sorry, I'm out of words. As a thank you, chat is confirmed bridge, bridge gate. Thank you. Yeah, you find Mara. She was on the bridge because she was watching the landing. Because guess what? Mara's also never seen the ground. So she was like, wow. And then you came out and were like, someone's bleeding. And Mara was like, oh. And so, you bring Mara up. Mara gets up. She manages to regauze the wound for you. But the warning is given. Okay, so I'm gonna put gauze on this, Brian. Just be really careful, okay? Because if you go down out there, you might die faster than someone who doesn't have this. Brian, until this is healed,
Very helpful.
Brian, until this is healed, you are going to have disadvantage on death saving throws.
Thanks, bestie.
You're welcome, bestie.
Love you.
Costs to be hot, doesn't it?
It does.
All right. Does anything else happen before we land?
I think Gideon so far does not realize one of their eyes is pink. The other's purple. Their eyes are normally purple.
No, both. There are rings around both your eyes. To clarify,
Oh,
both of your
eyes.
eyes are ringed in pink. Yep.
Oh, never mind. I was preparing for a hot eye patch situation, but never mind.
No. Yep. Nope. Not either a double eye patch or a non-eye patch. You're gonna
So
have to land.
we have Brian with one eye that is glowy purple sometimes, like right now, and then we have Gideon with pink. Great.
And those are
Love
much
that.
more subtle. Like a person who's casually looking at you might not notice that you have it. Brian, can I get a history check from you?
Oh yes, of course you can. If I can find my character sheet.
Also, do you intend to cover for Gideon and keep this ringed eye a secret from Gemma?
I don't
Adriel
know
plans on
anything.
going to
I
check
know
on
nothing.
Gideon as soon as she's done with
I've
Brian.
actually never even read a sentence in my lifetime. I have a 4.
Tracks. Okay, you got a 4 history. That's okay.
And yes, I'm gonna keep it from Gemma
Okay.
for now.
You would know that if a Fretzman bears the Ilian mark, Gemma would not let them onto their ship or her ship.
I'm aware. I'm gonna keep it for now.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make that reality clear to you. All right. So you all are getting closer and closer to docking, and Gemma sort of gathers you around. I would say, Brian, if you'd like to make some sort of play to get Gideon a pair of sunglasses or something, this would be your time to do it before Gemma sort of gets within range of Gideon. But you're going to have to be like, Gideon, put this on. No reason. Anyways. So it's your call how you want to handle that situation. Do you take the risk of Gemma noticing and not do anything and keep Gideon in the dark? Or do you tell Gideon to put a pair of fucking sunglasses on and like, you know, deal with maybe answering some questions later?
Hey, DM, I have a question.
Question me.
Is the Mark of Ilia a curse?
If it was, what would you follow it up with?
No, you have to tell me if it's a curse or not before I tell you what I'm planning on
I'm the
shenanigans.
dungeon master, and so try again. So what would you do if I said yes, it was a curse?
I have removed curse and I want to cast it on Gideon. You're gonna tell me
you'd
no.
have to know. You would have to
I
know that it was the curse there.
I said
so-
that I want to inspect Gideon.
I don't think you would notice.
Yeah, but I want to look at why her eyes are pink and then go to Brian.
No, I'm saying I don't think you would
Oh,
notice.
I wouldn't see it. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, so it's a super subtle mark. It's not like a really large ring of pink. It's just a subtle lining around the eyes. That if you didn't know about this condition, you would lead it to, you know what? It's probably a fantasy pink guy, or well, maybe they're high, maybe they got bad sleep. You'd be able to relegate it to one of those excuses.
I think Adriel still wants to inspect Gideon either way.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a medicine check.
And then I think just for this can get incorporated whenever, I think Brian actually, while she's kind of digging her fingers into Gideon's wrist, while Adriel and Mara are
12.
healing her back, she kind of looks at Gideon and she says, hey, you know those really cool sunglasses that you showed me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'd really complete this outfit. You should put those on,
Okay. This is a weird time to flirt, but whatever. Gideon, I don't know if I have them on me, maybe for simplicity's sake.
I feel like you maybe keep them tucked in the little cutout of your shirt for aesthetics.
That's hot. That is what Gideon would do. Gideon flicks them open and slowly slides them on and goes, better?
And Brian goes, yeah, I think that looks a lot better. And also, people won't be able to perceive you as well, It's a good thing.
I love that. And then Gideon immediately tilts them down to wink at Brian and then puts them back up.
Brian cannot help but grin, but is very much thinking oh my god, you're gonna die in the wilds and it's gonna be my fault.
They're douchebag aviators.
Gideon, you are choosing at this point to forego an insight check, right?
I think Gideon's thought was that Brian was acting weird because of the scar, but if I have reason for an insight check, I will.
So if you'd like to ask for it, it's going to go to Brian to give consent, and then you would both roll, but it's on you to tell me whether or not you'd like to initiate that roll. I'm just here to facilitate.
God, I can't wait to
Sam,
hear
how do you feel?
Voices. I think
I'm cool with either.
Honestly, I feel like that's a character choice for Gideon because, Brian really well at this point. So, would you feel like she's acting strangely enough for you to do an insight check? Has she ever told you to put your aviators on? I feel like she's made fun of your aviators in the past because that's
a very good point. All right, then I will do an insight check,
and then I'm gonna do a deception check. Did you just roll a nat fucking 20? You fucking piece of shit. Oh my god!
But it's a nat 20.
So close, I know. Okay.
You both know the outcome of this roll. This scene is up to you.
Yep.
Are you good? Other than the scar? You hate these sunglasses. Are you trying to make fun of me and have me look like a douchebag while I meet your dad?
I'm trying to make fun of you. That's assuming my dad's still alive, Gideon.
I don't know. Sorry. Oh.
No, it's they look good. And I can't say anything more, but remember that talk we were gonna have?
Yeah.
We'll talk about it then, okay?
Okay.
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 But for now, just keep those on. And Brian winks a little bit.
Okay. I think they look cool.
I know you do.
Gideon tries to shake off the nerves and act normal because Brian earlier said to just act cool. So this is just Gideon's disguise.
Cool. We're cool. Everything's chill. We're fine.
I think Adriel has been panically poking at your body this whole time. Adri, you can, despite looking over, you're holding Gideon's arm and I just don't. How with the entry? You can't see any visible entry point for the smoke, for any consequences of it. It just looks like it's gone now, and so maybe you're
Gideon.
I think Adri immediately goes to Julian.
Gemma has kind of cornered Julian over at the side of the boat. Just because Gemma's gonna flirt with any muscly tiefling who's above 6 feet, and so Julian feels that instantly. Aren't you 5'11", Gideon?
I am 6'1". Thank you very much.
Oh well, Jimmy
Yeah.
can't tell. Anyways,
I'm wearing heels and I'm waiting my turn. That's all I'm gonna say. Go on.
Oh my god. So if you'd like to interrupt their conversation, you are more than free to. You hear Jimmy go, so where did you learn to shoot like that? And that's the sort of conversation that they're having.
Adriel will look at this conversation and then think about the conversation she had with Gemma earlier. And just kind of clear her throat. Gemma, I'm sorry to interrupt. I need to talk to our Feywild expert about matters that are important to keeping us alive.
Go ahead, authority figure. I've got to call down to Terrapine anyways. And you see Gemma kind of flip her Sympax open and start doing something captain-like on that.
And Adri will step to Julian.
Julian is not making eye contact with you. Julian is
for sure.
has like turned out to on this, arms sort of folded over like on the rail of the ship and is like staring out.
I'm gonna do something as a player that's gonna hurt them, and I'm sorry about it. Adri will take up the space next to them, similar to that balcony scene. Anyway, moving on. So Adri will stand next to them and just go, "What was that bird, Julian?"
I have to go look at the formal name of it. It's some sort of fear flux phoenix.
Okay. Well,
I think it's a tracking bird, a spy bird who is great at that.
okay. Well, and Andrew will kind of turn her head to look at him. It exploded, and there was smoke, and it went inside Gideon, and I couldn't find any points of entry.
It did?
Yes.
Brian, can I get a perception check?
You motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a chance to tell that, oops, Julian's a bit messy and might escalate this.
Sorry about it.
Yeah, you hear this conversation starting to happen about 15 feet away from you on the ship.
Brent's gonna get up and say, Gideon, can you help me get over there for just a second? I just need to talk to Julian. I'm not gonna
pick you up.
Sure. Yeah.
Gideon picks up Brian, just like they did on the
pick me up.
Yeah, how?
Just like under the armpits, like, eh.
like the way they did when Brian first got hurt, like careful to not touch their back, but like one arm under the knees and the other kind of like avoiding the scar very carefully.
The honeymoon carry, but like very
like a ventriloquist.
Yes, you honeymoon ventriloquy carried Brian over at the same point that Julian goes, wait, they got caught in the blast? I thought Brian pulled them out of the way, and kind of like pulls away to like.
Brian did pull them out of the way so that they didn't take the explosion
Gideon
damage, but there was. And Adriel's like very visibly flustered because she just watched this person that she loved ingest some Feywild thing that she doesn't understand, which for the first time in Adriel's life, she doesn't understand something. So she's very visibly flustered and frustrated that she doesn't know where this went. So she goes, it exploded and they avoided the blast, but the remnants of the blast were this pink smoke and it went inside Gideon's skin, Julian.
Brian, this is what you hear as Gideon approaches with you.
Question for the DM. Does Brian know that that the mark of the flux is a curse?
What did you get on your history check?
I don't fucking remember, bro. Hold on.
It was a 4. No,
that wasn't that one.
Oh.
Was it is it the
history 18 nature, wasn't it?
Oh, 18 nature.
Yeah, it was a nature check.
I'm looking at the specifics of what a curse is, so let me double check. Thank you for your vibes. Well, I look this up. What are Winona and Current doing?
Current turns to Winona after they've seen everything. Did you see that?
Yeah, how could you miss it?
It's awesome.
It was terrifying. It was terrifyingly awesome. But we're almost landed.
Yes.
I mean,
that's right. Have you ever been?
No.
On the
No.
Me neither.
No. I hope Gideon's okay.
Oh, Gideon.
I am excited.
Well, I mean, it looked like nothing. I know we saw there was smoke, but I mean, Gideon seemed fine, right?
That's true. That's true. Everything feels weird. Big birds, big things with big hands and things that shoot off big hands. This is a lot.
I know, but hey, we're all here together, right? Everybody's alive.
That's true. I'm just gonna take off my knee pads really quick because I don't think these are gonna help anymore.
Oh, I can get them for you. Do you want me to help?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll bend down and just start, like, very gently and lovingly, just kind of taking them off. And
no, I know the panics. Just thank you.
Did I do something wrong?
No, you're fine. This is fine. This is okay.
Here you go.
Cool. Thank you. I don't know where I'm gonna put these now. And I just kind of put them gently on the deck in a little space where nobody else can touch them. Not like it really, because we're only people on the ship, but I want to be courteous.
I have this bag. Like, I have a bag of holding. I could
but they're sweaty. Sure, you want to put them in your, like, with all your stuff? I don't. That's okay.
Well, no, I mean, you were locked in my bathroom. We've kissed twice. You're right. Okay, fine. That is the least of my concern.
Oh, okay. Here,
I'll take them and happily put them in my bag.
Oh, okay.
We cut now back to Gideon, Julian, Brian, and Adriel. Brian, this is a curse.
Why do I always have to do scenes after those two? Fucking
I know, it's fucking killing it.
It's so good.
This is a curse. This is also, you would know, been referred to as a tricky one, but you don't know anything beyond that.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So Gideon carries me over. I'm sorry, that vision is so funny to me. Carries me over. And when we get over there, she kind of like taps Gideon. And she says, okay, put me down now.
Okay.
Adri will look at Brian. Because Gideon just carries them over.
Go somewhere else. I'll flag you down.
Go somewhere else.
Me?
Go somewhere else. I'll flag you down.
I don't want to interrupt Winona and Current. Do you see that?
Go find Gemma.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Wait, Gideon should be staying here, Julian says.
No, Gideon can go talk to Gemma. That's fine. And then
no, but we have to investigate. This is
Adri will put her hand over Julian's mouth. No, I got it.
Brian's gonna reach forward, and at the same moment that Adriel covers his mouth, Brian's gonna grab him by the front of the shirt and pull him down to her height.
Okay.
Do you need me to do a strength check?
No, I'll give it to you. It's Misha. Oh, you pull them in. Gideon, do you still walk away at this point, given that your two paramours are assaulting your future monarch?
No, I'm staying.
No, Adrian looks at Gideon and goes, go to Gemma.
What?
Listen to Adriel, Gideon. Go talk to Gemma. I know you want to.
I promise we'll tell you later. Please.
I told you we'd talk. Go.
Be cool to Julian. And like Gideon says it like in a clipped tone.
Cool.
Everything's cool,
right, Julian?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Everybody's cool.
Everybody's fine.
They readjust their sunglasses and you hear them going, Gemma, so with these heels, I'm actually, I don't know how tall you are. So walk away.
Oh my God.
And Adriel will very slowly, she'll make eye contact with Julian. And she goes, I'm gonna let go of your mouth. You're not gonna scream. And we're gonna have a conversation about this.
If you do, it'll be the last sound you ever make. Are we clear?
Adri lets go of their mouth.
What are you doing?
Shut up and listen. It's a curse.
I know it's a curse.
It can be fixed.
I have removed
It's a
curse.
little tricky.
I look at Brian.
But for now, everybody's going to be very, very cool so we can get guild sponsorship to get into the city.
We can't be cool. As long as Gideon bears the curse, they know exactly where we are.
I understand that. Do you also realize that I have a fucking fey wound on my back and possibly have a colossal following us, you fucking idiot?
I'm just saying, in the hierarchy of things we can manage, getting the curse removed from Gideon seems the top.
I
would agree, but we don't have time right now, because if we put off getting sponsorship from the guilds to get into the city, they'll raid the ship and kill us all. Is that what you want?
I want the curse off of Gideon. That's what I want.
We all want the curse off of Gideon, Julian.
Also, have you told Gideon they're cursed yet? Is that
no,
why you
because
sent
they're
them
gonna
away?
freak out. Julian, I don't know if you know
would
Gideon.
freak
no,
out
shut
too.
up.
Everybody be cool.
Adriel,
So funny.
Relax.
Adriel looks at Brian and like is kind of like a little kick puppy and just goes, I don't know anything about Feywild curses, but I do have remove curse if we just want to try.
Okay, then we will do that. Is that a ritual spell? Does it take a while?
It doesn't take a while. It's instantaneous as soon as I touch them, but they might feel my magic. So we need to come up with an excuse for why I'm doing magic on them.
Why are we lying?
Because
That
Gideon
makes no
is going to...
sense.
Adriel will cup Julian's head in her hands so that they're looking at her. You don't know Gideon Osmond the way that I know Gideon Osmond. And so when there are matters concerning Gideon Osmond, you're gonna shut the fuck up. Do I make myself clear? We're not telling Gideon. We're not telling Gideon.
Least. So no, that's not happening. I don't give a fuck what kind of expert you are. I fucking grew up here. I lived here for almost a century, Julian. Do you know how long that is? Can you conceive of that?
Adriel will let go of their face.
And let us take point on this. If you say a goddamn word, and then she's gonna take one of her daggers from her leather strap.
Adriel will look at
and
them
she's
and just go,
gonna
please.
She holds it next to her hand. She doesn't touch him with it, but she holds it next to the hand that's like gripped in his shirt still. And she says, "This is gonna go directly into your throat. Do you understand?"
All right, perception checks from Winona, Current, Gideon, and Adriel. Not Adriel. Adriel's there.
I'm in the scene.
Adriel's perceiving it just fine.
14.
14. Yeah.
God damn it, Gideon.
Gideon rolled
Gemma's
an
not
11.
that hot. No, she is.
She is.
I would love to use this for if I can use my inspiration to
if
get
you'd
that
like to,
tasty
if you get that
21.
21? Oh, baby, I'd give
Yeah.
it to you. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Gideon's like mid-sentence, like, no, I love your jewel horns. Mine are like pretty. Like, I like yours. I've been wanting to wear some like that too, but they're like looking back over.
Yeah. And I think Gemma's flirting with you in kind. However, I do want to say specifically in this moment, I think Current and Winona notice at the same time, but I think it's a little different for Current because that's the person who you found out was hired to assassinate your dad last night.
Oh, yeah.
How does that feel?
I think there's just it's a lot of it's a lot of mixed emotion because it's like Current is still like, do I fully believe this? Do I not fully believe this? But also feels like they've been around Brian and these like that they feel like they trust them, but also like just a lot of confusion.
The confusion is swirling for you and Gideon. I think that like Gideon, when you kind of get distracted Gemma like follows your eyes and then rolls hers and says, "This is Brian for you. Knives are the answer for everything."
Maybe not in this case. Sorry. Well, can we keep talking about this when I come back?
Sure, love.
Just a second. Great. And then Gideon turns and walks back towards the group.
And so I think this moment is so intense from like Adriel, Brian, and like Julian that no one sees Gideon approaching. Yeah. So what is the last sentence that Gideon hears from either Brian or Adriel before appearing in the spot?
I think it's Brian finishing her threat.
No, I think Adri, as soon as Brian finishes her threat, just goes, it's fine. I know that's how you handle things, but it's okay.
And remind me what the full threat was.
Threat.
Yeah, I need to hear the threat.
I need the full threat.
I need to hear it, please.
Brian says, if you say a word to Gideon before either of us says that it's okay, this is going in your throat. Do you understand?
And then what are the first few words that Adriel says in that moment?
She goes, "There are much scarier things than knives and throats."
Pause. Gideon, that's what you hear. Do you choose to intervene or listen to the rest of this play out?
Is there still a dagger at Julian's throat?
Yes.
It's not at his throat. It's not at his throat. Let me specify. She's holding it. There's at least this much space. It's not touching skin.
Okay, so it depends on who you ask. An average castle kid who's never seen a dagger to someone's throat? Fuck yes, absolutely, that's at someone's throat. To an assassin, you're like, no, it's 6 inches. That's basically a kiss. It's just a different matter of opinion. But I think Gideon would err on the side of, oh my God, I've never seen someone hold a dagger to someone before. Well, that's
I think Gideon.
You get where I'm going.
Gideon, this probably looks a
Whoa
lot like the first time you saw me.
You do not get a chance to make excuses before Gideon gets to intervene. So
I'm
Gideon
out of
intervene
character.
first.
This
Okay,
looks
cool.
A lot like the first time Gideon saw Brian.
Okay, cool.
Ever saw Brian.
I think not in like a rough way, but I think Gideon takes Brian's hand and like tries to pry it away from Misha Osarov's throat.
The one with the knife?
Whoa,
the one that's
what did I say? The knife.
Okay, and so when you grab her wrist and like pull it, she kind of like flicks her eye toward you, but she tucks the knife into her palm and puts it back in her strap, and then she lets go of Julian and just like stands back and kind of like brushes her shirt off.
Brian, the wrath is bubbling in your throat once more.
Mm-hmm.
What was the one thing I said before I left? Be cool to Julian.
Can you refresh my memory?
It was be cool to Julian, and I was in the middle of something with Gemma that could have continued.
I'm cool.
What?
You cool? You cool, Julian?
Julian looks at Gideon. Julian is not sure they have an ally in this moment. Is Gideon giving any indicator otherwise?
I think, the fact that Gideon stepped in instead of staying to do something selfish and get more information for themselves was already kind of a step for them. But I think behind the sunglasses, Misha can see that there's like eyebrows furrowed not in anger, but in just like concern.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just sort of like looking nervously at Misha with like clearly like, oh my God, I just saw a royal threatened.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a very like clear panic that might not make sense to either Brian or Adriel right now.
And there is a clear panic that might not make sense to Brian or Adriel right now. In Misha's eyes.
Would it make sense to Adri? Would it make sense?
Like to roll an insight check? You might.
I'm sorry. I just keep connecting things.
As they are in an instant re-traumatized from their first assassination attempt.
Yeah.
18.
Oof. My bad. Oh, fuck.
Oh, Molly disappeared. Hold on, I gotta fix it.
Oh no.
That's not your fault. Hold on, I got it.
I mean, Adriel, I think you are not mature enough to know if the look is the same for everyone when they have a knife put to your throat.
Right, but I can see
But
that that's happened to them before.
Same. No, but this is the distinctly same terror and fear that you saw when you pulled the assassin off of Misha for the first time, during that time when you saved them.
And I think that everyone watches me get re-traumatized.
Right. Oh, yeah, because that's the only thing queers do, is just re-traumatize each other in cycles.
I feel that, like, Brian can see me also going through those emotions now. And I'm looking at Julian, and I think Julian is looking at me as we are having the same kind of moment. And I let go of them because I was still trying, kind of like holding their arm or whatever. Gideon, can you come here?
Yeah.
I need you to trust me.
Okay.
Like, I need you to ask no questions asked. Trust me.
While that's happening, Brian is standing there just staring at Julian, just like stone cold.
Adra will put her hands on Gideon and just go, I'm going to cast magic on you, and you can't ask me why.
Everyone keeps flirting with me in very confusing ways today. All right.
Okay, yeah. Take the flirting.
As long as we're not holding up knives to Julian. I know we fight, but I'm gonna say that's a line for me.
Adriel very quickly says, that's a line for me too. No more holding up knives to people, please. And she's like shaking. Like, you can see that she's very lightly shaking as she, in her brain, her brain is like, you know, those things that we used when we were kids, the like little snap photo, like binocular. That's what's happening in her brain right now with the snapshots of everything that happened on the night of the assassination attempt.
Brian holds her hands up like this, but she doesn't say anything, and she still has the same, like, basically dead look in her eyes.
Okay. And Adriel will put her hands on Gideon and cast Remove Curse.
So, Remove Curse. Yeah. So, you pull this curse from Gideon's body as you. What does it feel as Adriel casts this kind of magic? How does she prepare to?
I think she feels very raw, right? I think she has to like empty herself as much as possible so that that magic has a place to go. And I don't think she casts this often because it's not a thing that she encounters often. Hey, can we not? Sorry, Saturn's playing with one of his toys in the background. I think Adri kind of like has to empty herself, and you see Gideon, because she's standing in front of you, you see her eyes go blank as she is like concentrating as much as she can on like ripping this curse from you. She feels the curse wash over her, even though it's not sticking to her. So you can see the waves of like anger and wrath and fear, and like landing on nausea, and then finally going back to normal. And it's just kind of like this long dark thread that is like imbued with pink that's like swirling around her fingertips and like just going in circles as it like winds into itself.
And I think like when Adriel casts magic in this world is the crossroads of essence and determination. Essence means how well you truly understand the nature of what you are trying to change. The understanding of the essence of fate and the existence and of magic itself. and determination. The determination to alter the course of being through magic. And in the past, it would feel like pulling on strings, right? Elegantly creating a new reality in true understanding. And this is prying infection from the strings itself. Entirely different. A stubborn hold that refuses to budge. You muster your courage and confidence and go to rip it. Adriel, Gideon, Julian, and Brian all need to roll Constitution saving throws in this moment.
$15.
A natural 20.
18.
Is Misha gonna lower the roll list? Yeah, delicious. The dice have spoken. Adriel, you pull this curse from Gideon's body, but you are not equipped in Feywild magic, honey. You don't know that unless this curse has a place to go, it's just choosing someone else. You rip this curse from Gideon's body. In a flash of pink light, you see it course through the air. It tries to inhabit your body. You push it out. Brian and Gideon, you feel similar movements around you before. In a slam. Right into Julian.
I guess that's what they meant by tricky.
I guess that's what they meant by tricky.
She says that in character.
I can't use Tides of Chaos to help, can I? Is that a thing?
Wait, can I,
Through the power of gay love?
I don't think I can. I don't have any more luck points. I can't do anything because I don't have any more luck points today. I do have another remove curse, but that will erase my 4th level spell slot, and there's nowhere for that to go.
Brian very, very calmly, while y'all are freaking out, not only says, like, I guess that's what they meant by tricky, but she goes, I told him we needed to wait. It's not something you fuck around with in an instant.
Brian, that was my idea. We could have just, we could have left it, and Adri is now spiraling. Adri is completely spiraling. She is in the middle of a complex PTSD attack and is spiraling.
Jim is turned around. She's at the bow of the ship. She's having some conversation. You can see, like, you're pulling closer, right? To the point where, like, the docking person who is, like, docking, like, because Luso is driving and like Gemma's like point personing, and so she's at the helm and she's talking to the person who's going to dock, and you've gotten close enough where these people can speak and the other person is being heard. So maybe 200 feet away in the shouting region, Current and Winona, you do see that take place. You see that burst of pink light and the increased panic amongst these 4. Something is fucking happening.
I don't think Gideon's okay.
I think they're fine now. Adri looks at Gideon and just goes, she looks at Brian and she looks at Gideon and she goes, can you check that there's nothing else in her right now?
Gideon, can you take your sunglasses off and look at me?
You just told me to put them on. Fine.
I understand that.
Gideon.
Can you take them off? I want to see your beautiful eyes.
Okay. Gideon slides her sunglasses off.
You're such a fucking himbo, and I love you so much.
Just out of character?
That's out of character. No, Brian would not say that. I'm sorry. Okay.
And there's like nothing I could do with wild magic to help Misha in that moment. I don't know. I don't think so, but I want to ask. Do you not want me to?
There's nothing to be done. There's
Okay,
no jumping in front of a curse that's seeking out the weakest constitution in that moment. And because of how already off kilter Misha was, it was them, right? And so I think it is at this point, Adriel and Brian, I think, can pick up on the thin pink line in Julian's eyes.
Adri will nod her head and just looks at Gideon. Aviators, please. Thank you.
Gideon hands them over, confused.
Brian's gonna look Gideon over as requested.
Thank you.
And then turn to Adriel and say, she's Clea.
Okay. He's not.
What?
He's not. So now what?
Yeah.
You hear a thunk as, and a small little jolt as the copper veil lands.
Now
You hear, all right, perfect job, perfectly parked. What the fuck is this ship? This is so nice. You hear that from some sort of dockmaster as you realize that, like, you hear like a thunk as the plank kind of comes down, and things are moving around you.
Adriel will very quickly like pull Julian so that he's like hiding behind her, kind of, and look at Brian and just go, why did Gideon have to wear the sunglasses?
At that point, Julian says, it's my eyes, Adriel.
No. I know it's your eyes, but why did Gideon have to wear the sunglasses?
Brian's gonna lean in and say, because if Gemma Vario finds out that one of her crewmen has this curse, they're not getting back on this fucking ship.
Great, that's what I thought. And she's gonna shove the glasses at Julian. Put those on. Until I can figure out where this curse is going. Put those on.
Julian puts the glasses on.
I'm sorry.
If anybody asks, you won those in a bet. The bet was whether or not Gideon could sleep with Gemma. Okay?
Oh my god.
Clea?
It sucks. Fine.
You can regain your prowess later. That doesn't matter right now. You and I will talk about this later, I promise. That's the third time she's said it, but only the first time she's promised it.
Was the intent a promise the first two times?
Actually, wait. That's only the second time that she's
That's what I
promised to
thought.
talk to Gideon about the curse. So,
Thanks, bud.
you're welcome. I'm keeping track.
Now, Gemma comes down the tall part of the dock. Her hands are in her pocket. You actually see she reaches up to her hat and she kind of like twists like a feather on it. And you notice that like in an instant, she looks like someone else. Suddenly she looks like high elf. She looks super tall to make up for her horn height. She has blonde hair. She's wearing more of a dress. And she says, right then, we ready?
I'm going to look for you.
Nods.
Aye, Captain.
That's like it. And she looks at Gideon with a brush of approval and says, right then, do you need anything from me?
No, Captain.
Then I've got some business to handle. Stay safe. Simpacks if you need me. But, forgot. They don't work inside Terrapine because of the iron and whatnot. So don't need me when we're in Terrapine. Outside of Terrapine, totally fine. Gemma just walks off.
I always need you. What? Wow, it's crazy to be here.
I think this is only visible to Gideon. Adriel is very, very much not checked in right now. Very much is in the middle of a panic attack, and also like her ears are ringing. But yeah, that's the sauce I give you. We can continue, but I think that Gideon
puts
does
an
know
arm.
this.
Yeah.
I'd like to pause and ask to thumbs up for everyone that is an okay part of our narrative. Cool. Checking in. It's just that kind of stuff is serious, so I want to check in and make sure we continue.
Quick warning for chat as well.
perfect. Yep, I think chat kind of saw it was coming, but just wanted to check in with everyone else as well. So, all of you are standing right next to the bridge right off this ship.
Welcome to Terrapine.
All right,
Are
Brian?
we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah. Gideon kind of squeezes Adriel reassuringly.
Adriel feels like they're gonna either faint or puke. Doesn't know which one's coming first.
Who's leading the way off the ship? Current. Pause. Current, you want to say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say Current is gonna turn to Winona and kind of just like kind of flirty, but also kind of like in solidarity friendship, just like, you ready, and hold out their hand to offer it to Winona's hand.
Take it. I'm ready.
Together.
Brian, I'd like to speak to you before we go.
This is Julian speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll meet everybody at the end of the. You go.
Okay.
Once they get a little bit away, they dock off the ship, and we'll handle you all getting off the ship in a moment. Julian says, take them into Terrapine. I'll go camp in the wilds for a few days. You text me when you guys come back out. I'm not taking risks like that.
That's fucking absurd. Are you what?
No, I'm not giving them our location.
You can't
You take
go
them
into
inside.
the wild by yourself. You haven't ever been down here before.
I'm an expert, and I didn't ask you.
I don't care what kind of expert you are. You can read all the fucking books you want. That's not the same as being here.
I told you
grew
as a
up here.
kindness, but this was not me asking for permission.
And I'm not trying to give you permission. I'm telling you that that's the fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard.
What's the alternative?
The alternative is that you come with me and we find somebody who can help you with this little problem that you have now.
And when you do, text me.
I can't. We're surrounded by iron. Did you miss that part?
There is inside of Terrapine and outside of Terrapine.
Yeah, and by the time we get back outside of Terrapine, how do I know you're even going to still be alive?
I can handle that.
Alone?
I can handle that. The wilds are out here, not...
Julian? You're not going into the wilds by yourself.
Brian, I don't know who you are, but I did not pose this as an option. Brian,
to the ship, I will do it.
I had a blade held to me once before, and I vowed that I would not be caught unaware again. Well, Julian is saying this, a great sword, taller than you, probably twice your size, arcanically appears at their back. This shining, shimmering gold, maybe 4.5, 5 foot. This wide.
Would I recognize this as something that a royal would have?
Not what a royal would have, but this is big boy magic.
Okay. Are you threatening me with your big, beautiful sword, Julian? Is that what you're doing right now?
I didn't take you putting my knife to my throat as a threat. Why would you perceive this any differently?
Because I'm telling you that if you go into the wilds, you're gonna die.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that I asked. And Julian turns around to go and walk away.
Brian is gonna try to stop him.
How would you intend to do that?
I'm gonna take one of my daggers and flick it and try to pin one of his feet to the deck.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and roll that attack.
Do I just click on my dagger to attack?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry. I have not done that before in Roll20. 24 to hit.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. So you throw it and it pins just the edge of this like leather shoe into the ground, not cutting or anything.
Yeah, just the shoe.
Julian
She
looks
says-
up slowly. Assassins don't
want to try
scare
that
me.
again? Maybe that one didn't. But here's a little tip, Julian. If I'd been the one that you encountered last time, there wouldn't have been a second. Get your ass off this ship and follow the rest of the group.
I don't know what kind of spell you've woven on Gideon or Adriel, but I promise I will not let any harm come to them. And if you are part of that harm, I will not hesitate. And that is my final warning.
Came here
Misha
to keep them alive.
Julian
and
disappears. Julian is gone. Suddenly, only the blade is left. You see it kind of chunk and fall to the side as what was there is not holding it anymore. Fucking magic. Julian's gone.
Adriel.
These motherfucking people. I'm gonna walk forward, pick up the sword.
It's so big. I think it's bigger
It's
than
huge.
you.
I'm gonna try to like.
No, not the sword. No, just the dagger is on the ground. The sword is
okay.
gone
Oh, just the
because
dagger,
it's
my
like part
dagger.
of it's part.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna walk forward, pick up the dagger, resheath it, and then kind of like put my hands on my head for a second, and like take some deep breaths because I'm like boiling with rage right now. Take some deep breaths, and then I'm gonna compose myself, and I'm gonna turn, and I'm gonna follow everybody else off the ship.
All right.
When Brian approaches, I look at her and I kind of just go, "Where's Julian?"
You go to ask, and then you hear, Nakia, I haven't seen you in like 2 hours. And like someone like goes to like puts a hand on Gideon's shoulder. Chaos number 3. Gideon, you feel a hand on your shoulder go to turn you around and say, Nakia, I was trying to make it onto the ship. Oh.
Who's Nakia?
Do I recognize a person who thinks that Gideon is Nakia?
That's a good question. No. As they like go to turn you around, it's this Furbolg man. He is kind of he's pretty tall as well, a little bit stocky. All Furbolgs are tall and stocky, so it's not much different. But this one's a bit like he's well armored. He looks capable and also excitable. And then like he looks like at you and gets like visibly less excited and was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the jacket. My bad."
What? You are a stranger who touched me.
I'm
Who is
so
Nakia?
sorry. I do not try to be a stranger who touches other strangers. I'm just gonna go my deepest apologies. You ever make it into Terrapine, find my cafe. I'll get you a free one. My bad. They turn around and like go back to whatever they were doing.
Thank you very much. Gideon angrily yells at him.
Who
Wait,
the fuck is Nakia?
I don't know.
You got a twin we don't know about?
I don't know.
Anyway,
Sounds
get
like
used to that. There's a lot of that.
right.
Sorry
a
about it.
nerd.
Azure will try again and go, Julian? Question mark?
You're all sort of walking together.
Yeah, we're all walking together for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They stayed behind something about needing to talk to somebody down in the engine room. I don't know.
That makes no sense. There are Feywild
Pause. Is
experts.
anyone causing for an insight versus deception?
I'm calling for an insight versus deception.
Do you know me
I'm
well
okay
enough
yelling
to know if
thank
I'm lying to
you.
you?
I think Adriel just knows people in general. I don't know if she knows you well enough to see if
enough.
you're lying per se.
So anyone who would like to suss Brian out, go ahead and roll an insight. Brian, deception, please.
The 19 on the deception roll.
I love you, Brian.
Oh boy.
It's a 14.
Wait a minute. It's perception, right? I'm sorry.
Insight, baby.
Yeah, it's insight.
Insight.
Sorry, my bad.
Just kidding.
Bestie.
Oopsie.
Gideon, you fucking.
Well, it's a 9 insight, so RIP to Bestie. Is anyone else? There we go. Thank you, Current. 6. Woof. So no one beat that 19? Is Winona rolling? Okay. Yeah, everyone trusts the assassin when they're on their side.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was focused on the furball. What was Brian's lie exactly? Because I'm trying to
That's,
decide how much I want to use.
That Julian went to talk to somebody down in the engine room. Stayed on the ship.
Are you gonna Tides of Chaos this?
I was going to use my second inspiration because it's so tasty.
Oh, you do have second inspiration.
Yeah, you
Oh,
didn't
by
use it
all
last time.
means. Oh, well, that would
Sam, how
bring
do you
you
feel
up
about
to a 20. Oh, a
22,
natural
a nat
20.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why
Fucking
it's
coward.
sauce.
Do it.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
gonna
sauce.
Do it.
Are you gonna call? So yeah, no, that's a Brian lie, and
Call
you
my
know
bluff,
that.
you motherfucker. Do it.
You're the only one who knows Brian's tell. Would you like to expose it to the rest of the group right now?
I don't know Brian's tell off the top of my head.
Yeah. So Brian, go ahead and tell Gideon what your tell is.
When Brine lies, she tilts her mouth to the side, kind of like this, before she says it. But it's usually like a split second, and so most people don't catch it.
You said Julian is
Yeah, the one who asked me to stay back. He's down in the engine room talking to somebody.
So if I go in the engine room right now, I'll find Julian.
Yeah. She's gonna kind of like narrow her good eye at you just a little bit, as if to say, like, shut the fuck up. I will tell you later.
If Julian is far from the engine room, I would like to know that for personal reasons. They have my sunglasses. So
You are walking all together. You're trying to whisper to one another while acting casual.
Brian is gonna lean in a little bit and say, "Can we talk after we figure out the sponsorship thing? Is that okay?"
I don't know if I have time. Is anyone like right next to us? Are we allowed to like?
Adriel's like right next to you.
literally
Adriel's
right
in
next
love with
to
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a
we will
perception
have
check
to.
to know that Gideon clocked Brian on that, to hear that conversation?
No.
Okay.
Adriel, I know you're having a. Do you mind if I talk to Brian in private for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
It's just 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's fine. And she'll go to Current.
Okay.
And she'll like come up on Current and like hold Current's other hand. Adriel's having a hard time right now.
I think Current is very close to Adriel and just knows what that grasp is, and just look at Adriel, and I'll hold your hand tighter and just give you kind of like a reassuring look, and kind of like asking if you're okay with my eyes, but knowing that you're not, just in like a reassuring, I know that you're not okay.
Adriel will just sigh quietly and just squeeze back.
We go now to those who are leading the pace, walking in front. We are on the mouth of this giant tortoise iron statue. You are just an ant crawling across the surface of this shell as you are being led through the docks. And this is an entirely new place for all of the castle kids, and it is so different. There is this liveliness that Kurthus just does not have. You can feel the heartbeat of this town, like New York City, right? The second you enter it, that thriving organism you are now a part of. You hear people shouting at you, trying to sell things, saying like, "Oh, I just got the sickest artifact from the wilds, and I'm going to give it to the first person who can give me 15 gold." All this kind of stuff, things that would easily pull you were you alone, Gideon. And you are walking through the outside. So there are all these, the architecture out here is not as nice. These makeshift shacks and houses all pinned to the side of this statue, like places where structures were not meant to live. You can see that this is a rowdier section. This is full of militia persons and adventurers who are all just staying on the outside for the night before they head back in, or they're docking and they're moving equipment, or they're bringing stuff in. This is more this is Gritty Docks, but like the way that Kurthus, was never able to give it to you. You hear people shouting like, I got a fish. Oh my God, when was the last time you had a freaking fish? As you're heading in, you see off in the distance on the side of this shell, this massive gate and these giant iron chains that are bringing this, what can only be called like, almost, I'm thinking of the That's So Raven episode where they're standing in the little window washer thingy and then it goes all sideways and they twist around. That is exactly what I'm imagining, unfortunately, but like a larger, more industrial iron elevator with an open top and just gated edges are bringing people up and down from the wilds itself. You see 2 guard towers on the either side of this gate, with magical snipers, not even with bows and arrows, but with these complex sort of hand cannons pointed down just on the off chance. Brian, those are iron bullets and they are rare and saved for just there. Because defense is frequent, but Terrapine is literally one of the only places in Acramon who has clawed life home from the wilds. And you are walking through the first place that you ever considered that as Gideon presses. We continue.
Is there a reason you're talking to me about this right now?
Yes, it's very... Where is Julian? Where did Julian really go, Brian?
I don't know, Gideon. What are you not telling me?
Is there a loud hustle and bustle so that if I am whispering in someone's ear, there's not going to be...
Okay. Yeah, no, you're a pretty safe distance from your friends, yeah.
I was going to tell you this, that unless the horrible time...
There's never a good fucking time we're in the wilds, Gideon. Get used to it.
I'm learning, yes. Julian is not Julian. Julian is someone else.
Who is he?
Oh, I don't know. No one important.
I don't believe that for a fucking second. Gideon, who is he?
Oh, just Misha Oseroth, the monarch we have gone before.
Oh my
and they're in
fucking
love with
God.
Adriel, and so is Jade.
What?
But Jade's not on the boat. I would have if Jade disappeared, I'd
the
say
fuck is
rot.
Jade?
But you never need to know. But Misha, Julian.
Why are we talking about some idiot named Joe? What the fuck, Gideon? Gideon, are you fucking with me? Are you fucking?
No, I wish I was, Brian.
Oh, you off this goddamn turtle, I swear to God.
Where did they go? Where did they go? Because I can't be the one. I can't be the one responsible for finding the corpse of Julian. I don't know.
Gideon?
Somewhere.
Gideon? Gid? Do you remember earlier when I told you to be very, very cool?
Just me trying. Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to be so cool that you're like ice right now. Do you understand?
My body feels like it's on fire, Brian.
I understand.
I'm on fire.
I'm gonna need you to act like everything's fine until we get through the checkpoint. Because if we don't get through the checkpoint, these fucking thieves are gonna take our ship and we're all gonna die. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yep.
Not once if you understand. And if you argue with me, okay.
And I was right, you didn't like the sunglasses.
This is not about the fucking sunglasses. Oh my God. You're a child. Stop it.
Sorry, I'm very stressed out.
I noticed.
Julian.
Relax.
My only job.
Not Julian. It's fucking Misha's. Are you fucking...
Say the name. Don't even think it. Don't even think it. I'm sorry. You didn't know I'm taking a lot out on you. It's not your fault. I'm very stressed right now.
The reason I told you to put on the sunglasses is because when you fell, you became a vessel for a curse, a fake curse.
Oh, that's so cool. What?
Oh my god, no, it's not. What would have happened if you kept that curse, Gideon, is that the Ilya? Sorry.
Ilya, yeah.
Thank you. The Ilya, which is one of the most dangerous goddamn factions in the wilds, would have been able to look through your eyes anytime they wanted. Okay? It's not so cool.
Is that in nature now? Is that in Julian?
Listen. We're very cool. Gideon, we're so cool.
Yeah, I think that at this point, it would be fair for Current or Adriel to ask for an insight check, because Gideon is doing a lot of hand movements that are perceptible from a long distance.
I would like to do an insight check.
Yeah, can I get insight checks from both of you? And if you'd like to roll a deception, Molly, or just call the DC, you can also do that.
Hey, besties, 22.
Let me know. 22?
I'm not gonna bother.
No, go ahead. I want to
Okay,
see.
It's like,
so you're telling me on a 22 and a 16, they've both succeeded?
yeah.
Oh man, Curran and Adriel, the couple is fighting.
Adriel goes over to them. Adriel lets go of Curran's hand and just turned around because she had like an inkling and is just like,
They're
what
like
the fuck?
20 feet in front of you.
We're in front
Oh,
of you.
never mind. Adriel sees this and lets go of Curran's hand and walks straight up. And she like,
Curran,
puts
Winona,
both of
are you
her
following or are
arms-
you
she-
keeping distance?
With,
Do I hear Adriel approach?
You almost certainly
check.
do.
with the most, sorry, go ahead, Curran.
Oh, I was just gonna turn to Winona and be like, I'm gonna go see what's. You can come if you want to, but I'm gonna go.
Honestly,
I was like, I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna kind of just take some, like, I'm gonna have some me time. I'm gonna let y'all do what seems to be your thing. Always. I'm just gonna stand back.
Okay, I'll
Just
see.
observe.
You're great. You're awesome. You're amazing. I'll be right
I'm
back.
keeping eye. Yep.
Adriel, in something that is completely uncharacteristic to her, walks over to both of them and kind of puts her arm around Gideon's shoulders. And like, can't do it to Brian because Brian's so much shorter than them. But if Brian was the same height, would also do it to Brian. And just go, so listen, I know that you're not okay. And she looks at Gideon. And I know that you're hiding something from me. And so before we get to this fucking checkpoint, we're gonna start being honest with each other.
Current, you hear this as well.
And I'm walking up behind, and I'm gonna go. So Adriel is between Gideon
and Brian,
yeah.
yep.
Okay, I'm gonna walk over onto the side that kind of Brian's on, almost like I'm walking backwards in front of him, and be like, you know, I can count on one hand how many times I've heard Gideon reach those octaves, and none of them were ever good.
Sometimes
Remember
they
when
were
I
good.
told you to be cool and you told me you were
sometimes they were
cool?
good, Current.
I'm sorry, I literally can't be.
Absolutely no one is
I take
talking
that
about your
back.
sex life right now. First of all. Second of all, we will talk
I wish
about
I
this
was.
later.
I was.
We will talk about this later. Okay? I will tell everybody what's going on as soon as we get through the checkpoint, because I will reiterate, if we do not get through the checkpoint, we will all die, and the thieves that run this town will take the ship. Are we clear?
Yeah, we're clear. I have one question.
Crystal.
Julian's not on the fucking ship, is he?
I cannot answer that question right now. I
turns
need you
to
to
Gideon.
get-
She turns
Winona,
to Gideon.
you are
She's
walking
gonna grab
behind.
your hand. Brian's gonna grab you and try to prevent you from going.
We will resolve it in a moment. Winona, you are walking along and you are watching this like gaggle of like, I honestly think drama you tried to avoid all throughout your teens to early 20s, but tell me if I'm wrong. Like, I think Winona was like, yeah, just from like a temp check, Winona was always like, find me when this is done. You know?
Yeah.
Just like one of those friends who's like, I'm sorry, I'm like way too busy being cool to like even remotely put up with this. You know, that kind of energy. And you feel like there's like a gap in you know, Current's presence when she leaves. And you're like watching your group of friends, I guess is the best word you have for them right now, even though I'm not sure if you would call them that. When you feel that space get taken up by someone else. And I think you look over and you see this human woman sort of standing next to you. She's in a garb that's pretty similar to everyone else out here, except for probably this really cool pair of emerald green. They look like leather boots that have been fashioned to look like sneakers that aren't unlike yours. And she's walking alongside you. She's got nothing more than like a simple like long sword at her belt. And she falls into step with you effortlessly. And she's also looking at all of your friends in front of you. And she says, are those a bunch of Karthus kids fighting?
What's it to you?
I've just never seen a bunch of Karthus kids, let alone them fight like that. Are they always that animated and also in public?
Who are you?
I'm Evie. It's nice to meet you. She holds out her hand.
Hi. Winona just waves back, not trusting anybody too readily.
Oh, sorry. Terrapine loves strangers. You must not be used to that.
No, not quite. Anyway, I'm going to, do you need something?
No, I just wanted to say welcome. You looked kind of lonely standing here all the way in the back.
Oh, no, I'm good. I just needed to collect myself for a second.
Of course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I'll get out of your hair if you want.
I'm sorry. My parents told me not to talk to strangers, so I'm gonna keep going.
Her face kind of turns into a grimace and she goes, man, you really are from Karthus. Well, good luck down here.
Thanks.
Hey, don't say thank you down here. That shit's not safe.
There's a reason I stopped myself.
You still said thanks. Here,
Noted.
if you want, fuck, my brother just gave it back to me. He just turned 6, and I was gonna sell it, but I'm all about, you know, the meter and the sort of ways of travel. If you put this ring on, you won't be able to say thank you. Do you want it?
I'm okay.
Do you want to roll an insight check at this point? Because that is a tool available to you, and I know you're a new player, and any other one of those jackasses would have asked for it already, and I want to give you that moment. Okay. So go ahead and roll an insight check.
Okay, cool.
Listen, we're jackasses, but we love you. So, you know.
Yeah,
with a sit.
Remember when I helped Jude to the power of gay love and suffered a price? Can I do that?
Can I? Wait, Winona's my bestie. Can I help?
No. Oh, leave me alone. No, go away. Winona, this paranoia is eating you alive. Jem has put the fear of God into you.
Gracious offer. I'm good.
Okay. She kind of takes a second and puts it back in her pocket. Says, all right, I'll get out of your hair then, but that's a pretty nice sword. If you're ever looking for a job, come find me at Hawkmont Grass. I've got you. And she nods, and in a moment, she's kind of faded into the distance. She's standing next to you no longer.
I wait and I scope my surroundings to make sure Evie is no longer within eyeshot, and I absolutely bolt to the other people.
Yeah, you were like,
absolutely not.
Okay, so then back to the other group. Tell me what Winona hears as she's going, as she tries to get closer to your group.
Adri says, I'm gonna drop this for now, but Julian's not on that fucking boat, is he? And she looks at Gideon.
I technically don't know where Julian is, so actually I don't know.
Is he not in the engineering room like Brian said he was?
No, that I do know.
Okay.
He never was.
He never was. Great. Perfect. Amazing. Cool. Our Feywild expert is missing. Awesome. And Adriel will just start walking ahead with like an anger and speed that no one has seen. Like, she's so fucking pissed.
You don't have like a ton of space to storm off because you have approached the gates.
She's not storming off. She's just kind of like walking ahead. Like, she just doesn't want to be a part of this conversation.
You only have like 5 feet to walk.
That's
before.
fine.
It's like when you say goodbye to someone and you realize you're all walking the same way. You like go to storm off and then you realize you're like, oh, I'm here at the gates.
Yeah.
When Winona runs up, comes like sprinting up, Brian turns to her and says, "The fuck lit your ass on fire? You okay?"
You know, I'm just kind of paranoid about everything, and somebody came up to me, and I don't know if they were nice. I mean,
Were you by yourself? And then she looks around and like realizes that everybody else has been appearing, and like,
yeah, y'all need to handle your stuff.
No, we don't. Why no?
Can we just everybody, Adriel,
welcome to Terrapine. State your purpose for entrance.
Oh shit.
Brian's gonna walk up to that person and say,
this gate is like 60 feet tall.
Okay.
With two massive doors and also like sets of iron that fall down, but you can only see the two doors as of right now. And actually, shit. Did I fucking make a map of this place?
I thought you did.
Oh, my boys, I fucking did. I didn't put us on the map, but I fucking made one. All right, so all right, we did it.
Yay.
We did it, gamers. You can kind of see that there are, let me drop them. There are two dwarven guards who are standing watch. Let me grab them. Who are standing watch on two of these tall entrances after the first set of gates. One of them says, but they're like 10 feet up in the air and they're like surrounded by weapons with a clipboard right in front of them. And they say, state your purpose for entrance.
We're here to speak with Exubifax. Is that how it's pronounced?
Zubafax.
Zubafax.
Yes.
For sponsorship to enter the city.
Under what intent?
I'm visiting family.
This person like looks up to like look at you. Says, wait, who the fuck is your family?
Hugo.
Ah! Wait, are you Brian? No, it would be your actual name.
It would be.
Would you like to tell everyone what it is?
He would call her Belia.
Is that fucking you, Belia?
Oh my god. Yup.
Oh my god. Why the fuck do you come back here? I thought you got out.
So did I.
All right, get the fuck in here. You might have a hard time getting sponsored, but you're welcome to come on in.
Great. She just kind of keeps her head straight. She does not look at anybody. She does not look at a single
Yeah,
person.
everyone's trying to make eye contact with you, and you are just not. You are not.
She keeps her head straight forward.
Gideon looks at Winona and is like, Belia, did you know?
I absolutely did not know, and I kind of fucking love it.
It's so pretty.
Belia.
Belia.
Who would have thought?
Adriel elbows Gideon in the side really hard.
I'm sorry.
We
Winona
respect.
didn't even know. Winona didn't
I don't care. We respect names that people have chosen for themselves.
The tips of
It's true,
Brian's
of
ears are red.
course. Brian sounds cooler anyway.
Adriel looks to
Well, I
Brian
have the accent.
and just goes, should we go in? But what now?
Yep, let's go.
All right.
And Brian, do you want to describe your hometown, or do you want me to take it?
I want you to do it.
All right. So, you all pass these giant gates, taller than the castle in Kurthus. That's and the castle gates at Kurthus. This is more to scale than anything you've ever seen. You see treetops fade as you walk into the sunless city. And you find yourselves inside for the first time. The fresh air and sky of Kurthus now unavailable to you. You walk into this city that has been carved from iron. And you see a city of survivors. This magical gate protection field is clouding your vision of Terrapine Greater as you walk in, as you realize you are now at the top of Terrapine, looking down on the inside of this statue. You see an entire city sprawled out beneath you, all full of industrial, haphazardly put together buildings that have then had nicer buildings built on top of them for more space and enterprise. You see a city with layers. You see a city that is guarded by this magic field. And the only thing available to you, as you can check on this map that you look at entering, this fun little map that's at entrance. I'm gonna pull you back to the info page. You see that on this map, there is an indication on where you can and cannot go. So the Hawkmongress Guild Hall, which is there to the south, is available to you. The Terrapine Tourism Terrace is available to you, and the Terrapinian embassies are available to you. However, everything else in this city of levels and layers, anything that's not on this terrace near the top of this tortoise, Papa's gonna need a pass. But still, just this much. It's radical. How do the castle kids in Winona breathe this in?
I want everybody to know that when we enter the gates, Brian says, home sweet fucking home. Everybody welcome to Terrapine.
All right.
Wow.
Kurt is kind of repeating in her head that Adriel told them no sneaking, no trailing off, because all Kurt wants to do is just run up and touch all these new things and see what they are and take it all in.
Believe me, Adriel also wants to do the same as someone who is constantly hungry and thirsty for knowledge. And so she looks at Current and she squeezes her hand so hard. And she goes, I know, we can't. We'll die.
But I can turn into a shark.
Baby, I don't think that matters here.
Oh, damn it. There's so much room in my bag.
I know. I know. Let's focus on getting entry to the city.
You're right.
Yeah. And she kind of just like turns back to the group.
I think Gideon's like next to Winona and is like, do you think they have like cool baked goods here? Like new things that I don't know. I want to look at every shop.
We're not supposed to eat anything. Edgar will just call out across the way. Just go.
You call that out, and Brian, you kind of grimace. You can eat things in Terrapine. This is like such a tourist thing to say. The tourism terrace is safe for travelers, and you know that. There are occasionally like flux who will sneak in, but they have to be pretty powerful to even tolerate the presence of iron. So that like, it's about as safe as driving a car, which is not, but everyone does it anyways.
It's fine. There's so much iron on this goddamn city. It's okay. If you're hungry, you can eat. You won't die. You won't become a slave. It's okay.
Okay.
I appreciate you looking out, though, Elle. It's good.
And at this point, I think this is the first time that Brian has said it in when Azriel is not in severe distress from getting hit with a door or cleaning the wounds on Brian's back or trying not to chokehold Julian. And so she just kind of looks at Brian. She just goes, I like that one.
Good. I'll keep it.
Okay. Where should we go?
I'm gonna lead them to the guild office. Boo.
Well, so we are passing through the tourism terrace. I'm going to drop you all here. You see various shops as you are walking through, people hawking wares at you, all of these sorts of things. You see a traveler's tavern called the Blushing Pear, a shoe shop called Soulmate, a bakery called Bridal Suite, a armory and like outfittery called Pannington's, a smaller, grungier, biker-looking tavern called Hawkmonger's Haunt. You see that there is a temple here dedicated to all of the gods. You see just a bunch of like tents that are popped up with people selling different wares and different foods. But you are thrown into the marketing district of Terrapine. And you're going right past this?
Oh, there's a bakery.
Anything anybody wants, we can stay here as long as we want.
Just for like 10 seconds.
Go.
Does anyone want to go to the bakery? Come on!
I'll
I
go.
also go to the bakery.
I'll follow them
Thank
because
you.
buddy system.
Brian's gonna, Brian's gonna, is Current going to the bakery?
Oh, Current was gonna go get some new shoes until Current heard buddy system.
Brian's gonna go with Current. Brian will go with Current. I think Brian kind of sees you like looking wistfully at the shoe shop while the other three go to the bakery, and she's just like, come on, let's go.
All right, so let's do the, sorry, I'm just getting someone random dropped down. All right, we're gonna do shopkeepers in this cute little chibi style because I like it a lot. All right, so you enter the sweets shop, which is the bridal suite. You see, like, you walk in and this is clearly some sort of, not like themed shop, but like, this is honoring like the ancient, like, y'all get married up in Kurthis. It's kind of weird because this is like it would be like walking into a store that honors birthday parties. There's like a reverence of like the concept of a wedding in here that's a little wild to you. But you see these beautiful, like that right on this wall is this beautiful, what is it when it's not a mosaic, but it's not a tapestry? Mural. Thank you. This mural on a wall. Of the first queen's wedding. I think some of you who are more historic fans would recognize. And the shop doesn't seem to be like that busy. And the girl who's sort of like at the desk is playing on some sort of violin. You can tell that this is not a nice violin like maybe you are used to in Kurthus. This is one that she has clearly made herself, stitched together of random bits and pieces of like a broken baking pin and this and that. Like she has made this herself and she's playing it, but she startledly kind of like puts it down when you walk in and says, "Hello, welcome to the bridal suite."
Wow. Wow.
And
Cool.
you approach like the display case and you see that like this is all comfort suites. These are all like we've pulled this specifically this ingredient from the wilds and we've turned it into something new and beautiful, maybe using resources that you wouldn't see coming, right? Like a paste of banana peels that somehow tastes much better than it should, all of this more recycled like living, more oh my God, like, it is more a naturalistic, but not in a goop way, as you approach.
This is the best place I've ever been. And Gideon's like up, looking at the glass display, and then turns back to Winona and Adriel and goes, "Just get whatever you want. I'll pay for it. I'll pay. I dragged y'all here, so I'll just get whatever you want." Adriel, I already know what you like. Oh,
We can also do custom orders if you're celebrating any kind of event or if it's a funeral.
What if it's both?
I'm really
A
only
custom
used
funeral.
to making like cakes for one certain kind of event, but I could make like half a cake, like a cake that's like half funeral cake and like cake that's half dedicated to the other kind of event it is. It could be sort of a hybrid situation. I would happily learn how to.
And Adra will look at Winona and Gideon and just go, "I don't know if we have time to get a custom cake."
Fair enough.
Oh,
Our turnaround time can sometimes be as short as 2 hours, depending on our availability. Would you like me to check for you?
yeah, and if we like pay for it and we're not here to pick it up, does that mean like you guys just get to enjoy it?
We donated all of our leftovers to the orphanage.
Yeah, we're gonna get a half funeral. And then
half
what
funeral?
are the other half? What was the other half?
I mean, half adventure, right? First time adventure.
Yes. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Are you all new?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
that's kind of an adventure
yeah.
too,
So
right?
there's actually a Terrapinian cake that was popularized by the Hawkmongress. It's called the Cake of Last Rites, and popular adventuring groups order it right before they go on their journey. So would you like it to be half last rite, half funeral cake?
Maybe not the half funeral cake, just in case it does go to the orphans. I don't think that's very kind of us.
Also, it's just it's popular to say here that you tempt the gods if you buy a funeral cake for no occasion.
Oh,
Yeah, so maybe we
Okay.
don't buy a funeral cake.
yeah, no.
No funeral cake?
half adventure,
Half adventure.
Yeah.
half divorce. We'll do half adventure, half divorce.
Divorce.
Why don't we just do why don't we just do it be fully last rites?
Yes, it's not funny enough to just do. I want a divorce cake, Adriel. Does no one else want to have?
Who's getting divorced? Gideon?
Well, not me. I just think it'd be funny. I'm sorry. We'll do an adventure cake. That sounds amazing. And then we'll get some more stuff.
A cake of last rites, then. And do you still want the cost? Do you still want the custom where we put a single gold piece in, and whoever bites it gets the riches of the adventure?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, is there any specific requests that you have? Any certain flavor profiles? Anything you'd like me to write on the top?
I think Gideon's trying to suss out what baked goods Winona likes because they want to bake for her someday without necessarily saying that. So they look to Winona. And they're like, what sounds tastiest to you, Winona? In the most suspicious tone.
You're muted, sweet baby.
No, I
Hello?
think. Yeah, hello.
Okay. I mean, I like vanilla creamy things. Like cream puffy kind of things, but like this is cake, so I don't know how that works. Funfetti? Is that too adventurous?
What's a funfetti?
Oh, never yet.
No, if you explain it to me, I love hearing about new foods and traditions. We don't get people from Kurthus near ever. So if you have like a fun kind of dessert or something you'd like to share with me, I'd happily make it.
Oh my god.
So like sprinkles, like a lot.
Oh, are sprinkles the things that are the hardened sugar that you dye specific colors and then put into the baked goods?
Yeah.
Yes, I've done that once before for a birthday cake. I think I could do that again.
Okay. Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
amazing. Oh my. Wow.
Thank you.
Sorry. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Is there anything else you'd like? Cake? Wise?
Do you have butter cake and rhubarb bars?
Ooh.
No.
Oh, sorry. I don't know things. I bake on
I don't know
purpose, so
things. I mean, like, I don't. So, with all of that requested and no additional decorations? Any inscriptions?
Gideon looks over at Adriel and Winona and goes, would you want anything fun?
I mean, you're the fun one, so you choose.
Hey, you're fun. Hey, no,
Wait,
you're fun.
I have an idea. What if we got just like 5 stick figures holding hands drawn on top? Right? That'd be cool,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, 5 stick your figures on top holding hands. Do you want little hearts for eyes on the stick figures?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got you.
Wow.
All right. Okay, so with all of those requests and with the fun one discount, it's going to be 2 silver pieces.
Gideon hands over 4 silver pieces and goes, keep the change. I'm Gideon, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. All right, so the name is Gideon on the order then?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Gideon and friends, your order should be ready in about 3 hours.
Hell yeah.
Finley, I'm Finley. Sorry, you said your name and I didn't say mine. I'm Finley. Your cake will be ready in 3 hours.
Thanks, Finley.
Thank you, Finley.
Thank you.
You're the best.
Don't say that until you tried my cakes. What if they're bad?
Oh,
Just kidding. They're good. You just spent money on them. They're great cakes. Your cakes will be ready in 3 hours.
yeah, okay.
Thanks, Finley. Take it easy. Oh no! Oh God! Never mind. I appreciate it, Finley.
Don't say that either. Appreciate it. Still a mark of debt. Please work on that. It's very dangerous. And that's the last thing you hear is the door closes.
Adriel is very visibly distressed at this interaction.
Okay. Oh, I'm bad at remembering the rules.
What did I say,
trying
Gideon? What did I say?
I'm sorry. I'm the one supposed to be teaching Winona to be rude, and here I am being polite. I'm sorry, Winona. That was a bad example. I am sorry, everyone.
I just got really excited. I got really excited, that's all.
Because it's going to be a new type of funfetti cake, because it's not going to be the type of funfetti that we know on Kirkus. It's going to be wild funfetti, and that's a whole new ball game.
And yeah, exactly, you know? Mm-hmm.
I am so glad you both went in there with me. Oh my god.
We cut now to a shop with a distinctly different energy. I'd like to say that much at least. You head into Soulmate, which is the shoes. You're heading into the shoe shop, right?
Yeah.
Right. You head into Soulmate. Brian, just tell me yes or no. Have you been in Soulmate before?
Probably. Maybe. I don't. Brian doesn't wear shoes. No.
Brian doesn't wear shoes. No.
Brian wears the slippers that are on her feet, but prior to this, she did not wear shoes. Don't ask questions.
Interesting. Okay.
We talked about this.
No, we did. This isn't about you. My face is not about you. I promise. I'm not. That was rude. That was a rude thing to say when I said this isn't about you, but I meant it in like a nice way. This face is not about you is the reassurance I was trying to offer you in this group.
I am no longer reassured.
I love you.
I love you. So what are you two talking about as you enter this shop?
So are you looking for shoes? Do you need shoes?
Am I looking for shoes and do I need shoes are two very different questions.
These two people are not friends. I forgot.
I don't understand that. What does that mean?
Sorry. Yes, I do. I think that some shoes that would be better fit for, maybe the wilds would be something maybe with not a heel on it, which is all I brought.
Brian's going to look down at your feet and say, oh yeah, those are probably noisy, huh? Do they click a lot?
Yeah, and I mean, they're sharp, but they're noisy.
Okay. Yeah, I've worn these same shoes for years.
Oh, do you want a pair of shoes too? No. Oh, okay.
Thank you for the offer. It's very nice.
You're welcome. And Brian, I know back on the ship, I probably came in real hot, but you got to understand the implications of finding out what I found out. And I'm sorry. I want to be friends. I don't think that you're a bad person. I think that my dad's probably a little shady. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not very good at friends, but I'm trying. So we can do that. I'm sorry I was hired to kill your dad, and that he was kind of mostly responsible for this.
I mean, if he really did that, he ripped a giant hole in your back, so I don't know that I can defend him for that. So in a way, it's okay. You don't have to be sorry. Let's go get some shoes.
Yeah, let's get you some shoes. Are you looking for like sneaky shoes, or are you looking for like tough shoes?
I'm not always the best at the sneaky part.
Don't you have a druid form? What kind of animal do you turn into?
Well, a shark.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't really need shoes when I'm a shark.
I don't know how useful that'll be.
Maybe some strong shoes. With some tough soles.
You say maybe a strong shoes with some tough soles as you enter.
Get a pair of fucking Doc Martens with steel toes.
Soulmate is small and dark. A corner shop that has seemingly been I don't know, survived the sort of expansion of the Terrapine Tourism Terrace. This shop has a small and ancient feel to it. And Brian, you know very well this shop existed in this form when you left and when you were born. This small, cramped little shop with a tavern on top of it. And all of these shoes in these glass cases. And no light, but these tiny little spotlights almost that are on each of the shoes. And you see the vague form of some kind of shopkeep who's in the back, and you hear a tiny little cobbler's hammer. I don't know fuck about shoemaking as they work away on something. You hear, "Welcome. Take a look around."
Yeah. I'll turn to Brian and be like, they really display their shoes. Why do they keep them in glass?
Do I know why they keep them in glass?
Yeah.
Katie May, I need you to stop making faces because I'm becoming stressed.
I'm so sorry. I think that you know that these are all magic shoes, that these all possess some sort of enchantment to them.
Okay. Yeah, it's to keep little kids from wandering in and getting spelled.
Oh, are these shoes magic?
Yeah. Oh, did you?
That's so cool.
Wait. Are there shoe stores in Kurthus that don't sell magic shoes?
There's no stores in Kurthus that sell magic shoes. Who would need fucking magic shoes in Kurthus?
No, we just have fashionable shoes.
What is fashion?
Do you remember when like we all kind of walked, all the castle kids kind of walked into House of Huntress and everybody kind of like stopped and looked at us real quick and they were like, they look good. That's fashion. Sorry.
Is that why Gideon sometimes wears those tops that are like real strappy?
Yeah, exactly. It looks
I thought
good.
that was a personal attack. Okay. Got it. You were doing so good.
Okay. On who?
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Should I ask or how do we go? Do you know how we go? Or you don't wear shoes, right? So
what kind of
You can always tell me what you seek. I will help
less
you.
Creepy? My God. Well, tell him what you seek, I guess, Current. And Brian's gonna sit down on one of the little benches that you use to try on shoes.
Yeah, that's what's in the middle of this store. It's literally just like a middle with shoes with like benches. I don't know what you're talking about. And then like shoes on the sides. It's like a U shape with this person in the back. Current, do you approach the back?
Is the shopkeep, the shoemaker, are they still like talking but enthralled in like the actual shoemaker? Like, they haven't gotten up or anything.
You've not gotten close enough to see.
Okay.
They are still cloaked in shadow.
Current's going to kind of walk up and go, "Hi, yeah."
As you approach, Current, you see this flicker of gold catch the light off of, because I think like your hurricane form, just like in its natural, brings a lightness to it. And even just the hint of that dull blue glow, you see reflect off of this almost gold. Webbing isn't the right word, but you know when glass shatters, those lines that extend out, those fractures, these gold fractures on this person's body. and you are breathless. As you know in your heart, for the first time in your life, you are in the room with another Genasi.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. Or, hi, I was looking for a shoe that could maybe help somebody in the wild who's never really gone out there before.
Many people come to my shop looking for shoes that will keep them alive in the wilds. To know what kind of shoe you would need to keep your soul in your body, I'd have to know your weaknesses. I would have to know what to compensate for.
Well, that sounds fucking ominous. Jesus.
Going into the wilds is ominous. Yes. My shop is often one of the last shops that someone goes to before they head into the wilds and die. I take my time selling shoes very seriously.
Okay.
As I was saying, I would need to know the weakness I was compensating for. Some people cannot articulate that to me. You would have to be able to.
Brian's just gonna look at Current and say, you don't have to do this.
I know. I mean, I'm not the best at keeping unseen, keeping quiet.
Ah. That makes sense. You are a hurricane, are you not?
How did you know that?
I can just look at you and tell. But it's understandable, hurricanes aren't quiet.
Oh, no. You're right. I do struggle with that sometimes.
So you are seeking something to keep you quiet on the field, no?
Yeah, that would be great. Have you? I'm sorry if this is personal. You don't have to answer. Or have you lived here your whole life? I've never seen someone else like me before.
Their brow sort of furrows, and I think like they've been casting occasional looks like up and down at you, but this is the first time that they stop what they're working on and look up. And they say, wait. Oh, you're right. I have never met a Genasi from Kurthus. There are really none of us there.
Did I say I was from Kurthus?
No, but you walk like you're from Kurthus. You dress like you're from Kurthus. And your shoes are impractical for the wilds.
Curran is very, very taken aback right now, almost not really knowing what to say. Yeah, I guess we're pretty easy to spot here.
Yes. You should use that to your advantage, not as a weakness. I've met many of us. There are many of us. You will meet many of them. I think there is another Hurricane Genasi in Terrapine Greater. I don't know their name, though.
Here? They're here. There's more of you here.
Yeah, two Air Genasi run the pair. They're siblings. It's lovely.
Listen, I don't know how long we're going to be here, but is there some way that we can... I'm sorry, my name's Current, and I need to know more. Do you mind is there some other time that we could maybe talk if I'm still here?
Of course. We can absolutely do that. I don't close shop until midnight, and I reopen it at 6. But I could meet you at any of the off hours. I understand what it's like to not have any of your own nearby.
And when you close, you'd be here? Do you live here in the shop?
No, I head home into Terrapine Greater, but if you tell me what bar you're staying at, I can hop over for a drink before I go home.
And I think Current will kind of turn to Brian, and we bar. I don't think we planned on... Is there a bar here, Brian?
Brian, there are two taverns you can stay at if you're a tourist who can't get into Terrapine Greater. There is the Hawkmonk Rest Tavern, which is cheaper but a lot grungier and a lot more chaotic. Like they can't guarantee that you're not going to get in the middle of a fight and lose a kidney.
Just had a very first thought that I'm not going to say.
And then there is the Blushing Pear, which this Genasi just mentioned, and that is run by 2 Air Genasi, and it is huge, and it is like the place where everyone stays when they're waiting for entrance.
There's a couple. Ideally, will not be in this part of the city when night falls, but yeah. There's a couple.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You said the Blushing Pear. Would that be okay?
Why have you apologized twice? You have not wronged me.
I just am taking in the fact that you're the first Genasi I've seen in my entire life. Besides you're just the only other Genasi I've ever seen.
That's a celebration, not an apology, right?
Yeah. You're right.
As it goes for Boots of Silence, I have exactly what you're looking for. It's an ancient elven boot that was well regarded for the person who was ever wearing it being unable to make a single sound as they traveled.
Yeah, that sounds great. Do I need to try it on first?
There will be a small time for resizing. It can be delicate as I manage the enchantment while I resize the boot, but if you would like, I can take your measurements, I can get it fitted, and we can discuss the turnaround time.
Yeah, that'd be great. Absolutely.
Perfect. Sounds good. Now these boots of Elvenkind will come to 2 gold pieces. Is that all right?
That's fine. And Kern will reach in and I'll take out 4 gold pieces and hand it over instead.
Oh, please. I don't accept payment until the job is done.
Are you sure? What if if we're not here, I don't want you to go through the trouble of sizing these and no payment?
No worries.
Please. Okay. You insist.
I do.
Just
if you don't
until they're
mind. And they go to step around the counter and they say, if you'll just put your foot here, and they kind of like motion to this pedestal.
And Colonel take one of their boots off and then place the foot there.
Ryan wants to lean forward and watch this happen. She's really fascinated.
Yeah. I think we see the stone underneath Current's foot meld and create a perfect cast in this single moment as this Earth Genasi melds Earth. And they say, easy as that. Now, is this a rush order?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're not sure how long we're gonna. Yeah, it looks like Brian. Yeah, definitely.
Well, you're coming to me at the end of the day, so the best I can offer is the morning, unless you really need me to get it done tonight, but it might be an increased rate.
You know what? I'm really not sure how long we're going to be here. Whatever it costs to get
That
it done.
kind of rush job will be 7 gold pieces.
That's fine.
Okay. Then, do you wish me to bring them to where you are staying tonight?
We don't know when that's gonna be yet.
Yeah.
Then you can come back at closing and I will turn the shoe over then.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not supposed to.
The lights flicker
Fuck you,
for
Katie May.
just a moment. And there's just a small glimmer in their eyes. And their tone changes just a bit. And they just grin up at you. And they say, "You're very welcome. But I would curb that habit if I were you."
All right, I'm sorry. It's first day.
Stop apologizing, Current.
Apologizing to some flux can also be considered a debt, as you have something to apologize for. They're like turning this like tool in their hands, almost just unthinking.
Current. Is Current's foot still in the measurement thing?
Yes.
Brian's gonna gently reach over and tap Current's ankle to indicate that she should pull her foot out.
Can Current, I don't know what kind of check this would be. Just to like get a feel of if this Genasi is saying that kind of like as a if they're trying to do something.
You can roll an insight
magical,
check, you both, if you would
okay.
like. Yes.
I will as well. That's a not 3 for Current and a 21 for me, or not 20 for Current and a 21 for me.
Yeah, so I think that you are both able to sense this. When you say thank you, there is this surfacing of this raw and ancient power in this shop. That person might be a Genasi, but that is certainly not the entirety of their story. This is probably a flux folk.
All right, take your foot out of that.
We'll be here to pick it up when it's done. I'm sorry. Did you say what your name was?
Current.
You've apologized a third time in the shop.
Current.
I just
Current.
You didn't say your name.
Current. We need to go.
You wish for my name?
Current. Let's go. We don't need your name.
I need their name.
No, we don't. Do you want me to roll a persuasion check?
You two make that call.
Current.
Yeah.
Do I need to roll a persuasion check? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I also roll a persuasion check, Current?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that's a 9. Katie May rolled a 19 for chat.
I would be happy to tell you my name.
God damn it.
As long as I can ask you about your story over drinks tonight. I am so curious to see how a Hurricane Genasi handled the sky on all on her own.
Brian has one hand on a dagger at her side.
Brian, if you try to bring that dagger out at all, you can feel it's locked in its sheath.
Deal.
You did not just say that. You did not just fucking say the word deal. Oh my fucking God. Why do I bother? Why do I bother? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. Adriel's gonna murder me. Do you...
Oh my gosh.
It's fine,
The
Brian.
panic
Fine.
of mortals is always adorable. I won't bring harm to your friend.
I don't
Sweet
believe that for a
halfling.
second.
I've lived in this city for hundreds of years.
I know you have.
I am thrilled to meet you, Current. I am Alonia.
It's a pleasure.
Is it? Is it?
Your shoes will be ready tonight. I will bring them by. Something tells me I will be able to find you.
Yeah, something tells me. Jesus fucking Christ. Abyss of fucking...
Brian, it's
fashion. The fashion. You wanted fashion?
Halfling?
Fashion.
It's not
No.
just fashion anymore.
Halfling, please know that if there was anyone to learn this lesson in Terrapine from, you're luckiest it was from me. If you cannot find your way in through the guilds, talk to me and I might be able to make something happen for you. At a cost.
What's the price for that?
We can talk about it when the time comes. If the time comes.
How do I know that you're not going to prevent us getting sponsorship from the guilds now that you know we're here?
I don't care about you.
That's the most comforting thing you've said so far.
I try.
Current, can we go?
Yeah, we can go.
Brian's going to stay in the store and look at Alonia, you said?
Mm-hmm.
While Current leaves. What are you playing at?
I play for nothing. I have a home. That's all I've ever wanted. I've already won the game. But I am interested to find out what kind of game you're playing.
If she brings friends with her tonight, is that going to be a problem?
No.
Can I roll an insight check?
Yeah, go for it.
$13.
Yeah, you get a pretty good impression that this person considers you the smallest of potatoes. I say, I think I'll be all right.
Then I guess we'll see you tonight.
Why did Kurthus let a Hurricane Genasi leave their grasp?
Because Kurthus doesn't know what's good for it. And I think you know that as well as I do.
Truer words have never been spoken. They are right, what they say about fretsmen. They do have to spend a lot of their time fretting. I'd keep your little one safe. You haven't done a good job so far.
Brian's gonna turn and leave.
And you all reconvene outside. You like leave at the same time, like this great, like, oh, the exuberance of a found like cute girl in a cake, and that energy converges at the same time.
When we walk outside, Brian is gonna take Current by the arm, and like she's mad, and she's gonna take her by the arm and kind of like yank her and like push her up against the wall and put one hand in the center of her chest.
You can't just do that to people.
She's gonna do it again. She's gonna put one hand in the center of Current's chest and say, "Were you not fucking listening to a goddamn word that was said on that boat? What is wrong with you?"
I'll introduce you when you walk outside in one moment.
No, you're good.
You just made a deal with the fucking Flux folk. Do you know what kind of debt that is?
Oh, we lost Lyrica's
And
camera.
in this moment, Lyrica's died.
Well, I think like Current is so stunned and suspended in this moment of tension, sexual, fear-based or otherwise. This is when Adriel, Winona, and Gideon leave the shop. So while we're waiting for Lyrica's return, Sam, will you tell our three friends what they see?
Yeah, so when they come out of the bakery, Brian has Current pinned against the wall outside of the shoe shop with one hand like in the center of Current's chest, or like as close to the center of Current's chest as she can get based on height differences. It's a little bit funny looking, I think, because Brian is very small, and but she has tall energy in this moment.
Adriel peers over Gideon's shoulder and just goes, "Is Brian flirting or are they fighting?"
They're fighting.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
what?
Awesome. Great,
Oh.
perfect. And Adriel will just start walking over there.
What happened? We got a cake. What happened with them? What?
We'll wait for Lyrica.
Yeah, I think at this point, while I'm biding sweet time for our Lyrica, I'd like to say thank you, sweet angels, for hitting 1K on the Chaos Bar. Oh my goodness. I will still bring you a fourth Chaos tonight, but that fifth one, we're going to get to that one first thing on Friday, as Misha meets a little chaos of their own.
I hate it here.
But you're gonna have to wait.
Brian tried so hard to keep that fucking person on the boat. Oh my god.
Gregathy Greg asks, KM, by adventure, do you mean fun or pain? I say both are required to be an adventure.
That's why it was half adventure, half divorce.
Yeah. That's why the cake was half adventure, half divorce. Right. Lyrica just said in chat, the PC died and they are on their way back. Yeah, it is, huh?
You asked what the castle kids saw when...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I had
Lyrica up a little bit because...
Yeah, so where we left is, Brian, you had like kind of shoved Current up against this wall to have a very serious conversation. So remind us and the audience who just went on break and like had to process the 5 hours that we've done so far. Remind the audience where we left off.
Yeah, so we just left the shoe store and called Soulmate, which should have been the first tip that something was not quite right. And Brian has pushed Current up against the wall outside of the shoe store, like the outside wall of the building, and she has her hand like as close as she can get it to Current's chest based on her height. This is very funny looking to any outsiders because Brian is 3'6" and Current is probably an average height of like 5 something, right?
5'10".
5'10", great. And so Brian has her hand like up against Current's chest, shoved up against the wall. She's pissed. And so that's what the castle kids see when they come out of the bakery. Castle Kids plus Winona.
Winona's
When
an
they come out of the
honorary
bakery.
castle kid now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see how it is.
To everyone who's not from Kurthus, absolutely.
True.
So Adri will walk over and just kind of be like,
Oh yeah, and Adriel asked Gideon if Brian was flirting or fighting, and Gideon said she was fighting.
yeah.
Okay. This is where we pick up?
Yeah, Adri walks over. Brian, what's happening?
All right. Do you want to explain what happened, or do you want me to explain what happened?
Look, we went into the shoe shop and there may have been another Genasi in there.
A flux genasi.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. You were given 4 rules on the ship. What were they? Tell me right now, what were they?
Never make a promise in threes. Iron is good. Don't ever say thank you, which I admit I forgot. You didn't mention anything about saying sorry.
Oh no, that's just I forget how fucking polite you people are. Jesus Christ, don't be nice to
We
people
were
here.
literally raised that way.
Don't be nice to people here.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
She looks at Current. First of all, Lyrica, you're not in the Google Meet. Secondly, Adriel looks at Current. Your computer shut down, so that's probably why you got kicked. Okay,
I
there we
didn't
go.
click join. That was my fault.
Okay, there you go. No, you're fine. I was just like, oh,
Make
hello.
sure to unmute Lyrica. There you
Yeah.
go.
There we go.
Okay, so Adriel will look at Current and then look at Brian. Did you say thank you to a Flux folk? Current?
Indeed, they did. Do you want to know what else they said to a Flux folk, Adriel?
What?
It's a deal.
Adriel throws her hands up in the air and does a full 360. That's it. You don't get to be buddies with anyone else on this fucking trip. You don't get to be buddies with anyone else. What? Unfortunately, what?
We all have to come back here tonight at close because Current bought a pair of shoes and has to have a meeting with the Flux Genasi.
I didn't
they made
know
a deal.
they were Flux.
It doesn't matter. And she
You said
looks at
thank you, and then you said it's a deal after you knew. By that point, they'd revealed themselves.
It was another Look,
I understand.
That's very exciting,
I've
Current.
never Current, I get it. I get it. I've never seen another Asmer. I get that it was probably really fucking exciting. However, and she cups your face. We are in the wilds, and if you die out here, I'm also gonna die. So stop.
No one's dying.
Do I make myself clear?
Brian's gonna step away from Current and take a step back and face the entire group and say, "Everybody, look at me right now. Look at me. Look
Okay.
at me."
I'll
All
let
of you.
go of Current.
If another one of you says thank you to a single soul in this city, I will personally murder you. Understood?
Yes, Brian.
Yeah. I'd like to point out Winona doesn't deserve this scolding, and we have a cake commission to be picked up in 3 hours, which may make this situation a little bit better, because we have to come back anyway. So, I just wanted
Are
to say
you
that.
seriously talking to me about cake right now, Gideon?
You got a problem with cake?
But I hear you. I hear you. You know.
Adriel will
Try
look
to-
at Gideon and Winona.
Try to bring the
We are gonna go talk to the guilds and find sponsorship
Okay.
and get into the city proper. No one speaks but me until that happens. Understood?
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because clearly you can't be trusted to save your own fucking necks.
Adriel mumbles to herself. I didn't fucking do anything. She's so over today. Sorry, that's not to you.
Are we good?
Yes.
Let's go.
Adriel's wearing this like little tiny like capelet thing on top of her like breastplate and dress, and she like pulls the hood of it up because she's just so done.
I think when everyone's back is turned, Gideon gives like a "Oh, that's cool" thumbs up to Current because they're excited about the Genasi thing.
And I'm gonna lead them to where the guild check-ins are.
Does anyone have anything else to say this evening?
Do we have to take our headphones out again?
No.
Okay. Then no.
Oh,
Superior.
There's just like there's this part of Current that wants to ask Brian why did you stay in the shop?
Don't worry about it.
Fine. Marty in deep water. Fine.
Sometimes chaos is a single strike of lightning.
Rip to our ship.
Sometimes chaos is an avalanche of things at once. Now, there's no physical avalanche, but many things happen to our heroes at once in these next few moments. Brine, your father's name?
It's Hugo Potstickle.
It is. You are walking down the stairs. It's stairs. There's about 6 steps separating the tourism terrace from the embassies, or so they're called. And these embassies are more of a hustle and bustle. But one of the most notable parts of this is each guild has this massive board of open quests that people can just pull from. Ways that offer entry, other goods, promises of returns and favors. And at times, wanted posters. Now, your father, Brian, was one of the kindest men you've ever met in your life. Yet, on this wanted poster, the spitting image and his name. But Gideon doesn't even have time to process that. As someone comes up behind Gideon, puts a hand on their shoulder and says, "Nakia, I think I have a lead on Gemma," and goes to turn you around. But guess what? Winona doesn't even hear that. Because Winona, who's been kind of hanging back, now sees someone enter through the entrance, not too far from whence you just came. Why? It is the well-armored party of none other than Kiara Lockley, walking inside. Chaos is being under the water and not knowing which direction the surface is hiding. And our heroes are certainly drowning when we end our episode. That's all for tonight. I hope you enjoyed my world.